and basically just pour it over my own chicken, and it will taste, well, almost the same as ours, but mostly the same.
And, you know, the NAFDAC process started. The officials came to my supposed
fennel that we use in some of our things that people don't think can grow in Nigeria, but actually grow them, scale, and expand.
We'll always give you an experience, Conference 16, to have meeting new people.
The thing I gained from the conference wasn't anyway, but always come about. So with that, you just...
From there, we had something like a vocational skills bill of goods, you know, with something.
Going to the bank is a no-go area. And I remember when I got the privilege.
Never had obstacles. Like, you know, when people say, oh, so challenges hasn't been that. Like, I've always had things my way. So, you know, it was afraid. At first,
your phone, and take notes. We do believe that as they speak and as the convener comes to give her opening, even right from the opening speech, there will be some ideas that will drop in your minds. There's certain things that you have held back from doing, or things you've seen as a disadvantage that will begin to make sense as they speak. So please maximize every single second of the next few hours. And please, by no means, leave your spot, except you want to do a quick bathroom break or to grab something to eat. Actually, you won't be able to eat anything. What we have for you today is enough to fill you up. And so sit back, relax, and get ready for a transformation like never before. Welcome once again to the Do It Afraid Conference 2020. Now, I would love for you to engage with us socially. The world has gone digital. And so please ask that you follow us on all our social media platforms. We're on Instagram at Do It Afraid Academy. Please follow at Umilola Oshikoya as well. And use today's hashtag, Do It Afraid 2020. And of course, a volcanic transformation. We want to be a part of what your experience as well. So take pictures, tweet at us, all the gems that we released this afternoon. Make sure you're tweeting and ensuring that as many people as possible know that something amazing is happening here from Kairos Hub in Lagos to the rest of the world. Also, please don't forget to send the link to anyone you think ought to be here this afternoon. Anyone, friends, family, members, people you know that are ready. Anyone that is ready for a volcanic transformation in their lives, in their nation, and generally, please make sure that they're watching this as well. And so it's my pleasure at this point to give the opening and welcome speech, the convener of today's conference. She's a woman of many parts. Indeed, her CV and profile is long and deep because she's a woman who's well traversed in different aspects of society. However, one thing we call her is the Do It Afraid Queen, also known as the Father's Daughter. Omilola is a sister, friend, and champion in the workplace. And please permit me to just tell you a little bit about this woman that many of us already know. However, it's only fitting for me to do a proper introduction to today's convener. She's first known as the Father's Daughter. Her life's goal is to be a reflection of her father, Jesus, just like the sunflower is a reflection of the sun. She's happily married to her best friend, John Olugbenga Oshikoya, and they are blessed with 4 beautiful children. Omilola Oshikoya is an international wealth connoisseur with over 17 years experience in finance, investment banking, and over 7 years as a UK certified life coach. She developed the Wheel of Wealth methodology, making her the first premier wealth coach in Africa. Her mission is to inspire humanity to live the richer life and to help create wealth and eradicate poverty in Africa. She does this through a tool she created called the Hand of Wealth. Amongst many titles, Omilola is an author, she's a brand ambassador, a trainer, an all-round woman, and a woman who is not afraid to do it, even if she does not know what the next step or where the next step will take her. Please listen attentively and make very welcome our convener, the Do It Afraid Queen, the Father's Daughter, Omilola Oshikoya.
Welcome to the 5th anniversary edition of the Do It to the 5th anniversary Afraid conference. This is actually our 6th conference, but 7th event. I am super excited. It's been an interesting journey in the last 5 years of doing it afraid. We've had over 72 speakers and about 4,500 people in attendance, with the last one having 2,000 people in attendance. God has been faithful. For those joining us for the first time, this conference is actually a wealth creation event that is focused on the psychology of an entrepreneur. We found that most people do not start businesses or follow their dreams because of fear. Different types of fear. Fear of what people will say, fear of the unknown, living security for the unknown, fear of lack, and fear of facing financial difficulties. And so, this conference, our major goal, is to give business-minded individuals the courage to start their businesses. You would say, why entrepreneurship? Well, entrepreneurship is the driver of every economy. So our second goal is to also contribute to the government's economic diversification. So now let's get to the interesting part. One of the fascinating things about this conference is that I always experience the theme. And this year, I think it's not just me, but Nigeria. I mean, if you look at my outfits, I probably look like a volcano, right? It was made by the amazing Osaru Alele of Cape Soul. There's an interesting story about this outfit. But let's talk about the theme, a volcanic description. I actually had a 3D vision about this theme. So one day, I don't even think I was deep in sleep. I saw like a mountain, and there was a candle in the middle of the mountain. And the candle started going up, and all of a sudden, there was a massive explosion. And I woke up, and I was like, oh my God, what did I just see? And I remember talking to my husband, and I was like, I believe this is the theme for the next Do It Afraid conference. We've had interesting themes. We've had a moth or a butterfly, which would you rather be? We've had the flourishing palm tree and its process. We've had the promise of a rainbow. We've had flowing with milk and honey. And last year was endless ocean. And so I said to my husband, I think the theme is meant to be called a volcanic disruption. And my husband said, nope, God doesn't disrupt, he transforms. And I'm like, okay, a volcanic, I still wanted to write my disruption. There was a volcanic disruption, cancel, and then put transformation. And when I started researching on the volcano, I realized that it is actually very transformational, if there's any word like that. So let me kind of explain how a volcano comes about. So in the Earth's core, the Earth's core is actually as hot as the sun. And because it's so hot, the rock, the earth, the rock actually melts. And it's called magma, so melted rock. Now, what happens is that magma finds its way through pressure when there's thinning of the Earth's crust plates. And it finds its way up through a tunnel. And that's when an eruption begins to happen. And then all of a sudden, there's like, it mixes with gases, and there's a massive explosion. And when that explosion happens, then you have the magma coming out of the volcano. But when it comes out, it's no more called magma. It's now called lava. And literally comes down, and it destroys everything in its path. The largest eruption ever recorded was in 1815 in Indonesia. And it actually killed about 100,000 people, and directly and indirectly, because there are also some indirect effects of a volcano. But the amazing thing is that I found that a volcano actually transforms. Now let me tell you some of its transformative elements. One is atmospheric cooling. So when an eruption happens and there's ash that goes in the air, when it mixes with sulfur gas, what it does is it actually cools the temperature of the earth. So volcanoes are responsible for cooling, I think, the temperature of the earth to about 2 or 3 degrees. And the part that it cools is the atmosphere, the lower part of the atmosphere where we actually breathe, because it also blocks the rays from the ozone layer. So it actually prevents the sun from, burning us really. Also, there's land formation. I mean, it's fascinating. When lava actually solidifies, it actually creates new land. When it pours in water in the ocean, it creates new land. If you look at Hawaii, most of the Hawaiian islands are based on lava. So when you see an island in Hawaii, it's actually lava, and it forms beaches and you know. Another thing is that fertile land. So volcanic ash, the materials, when it mixes with soil, it becomes very, very fertile. And it actually creates fertile soil for agriculture. So it has actually fostered civilization. Then there's geothermal energy. I love this because, you know, I'm a spa person. And geothermal energy refers to like hot springs and geysers. And I remember going to Rwanda, and Rwanda has so many volcanoes. And you would go and you see some places, hot springs, where water just comes out of the earth, and you can actually just sit down there, put your feet up, or have like a massage. And you know, so places like also New Zealand and Iceland, they use a lot of geothermal energy. And then also raw materials, so gold, sulfur, copper actually are produced from eruptions. Also diamond, there's a particular unique kind of magma that actually brings out, I think it's called kimberlite, that actually brings out diamonds. So you can imagine how transformative a volcano is. I mean, for me, it just showed me the beauty of God, how amazing God is. That, you know, truly, you know, when you hear He brings beauty out of ashes, literally, and all things actually working out for your good. Now, how did I experience this personally? Those that know this story know that doing these conferences are do it afraid for me, because it's not my conference. God gives me the vision. He gives me literally everything, what to wear, who to invite as speakers, and literally about funding. I'm a finance expert, so I know a lot about funding, but God has never allowed me to do it the conventional way, to get financial sponsors, all of that. And it's caused a kind of a pain point, but we've come over it. And then another thing is that I always end up using some of the most expensive venues in Nigeria. I mean, the first one was Civic Center, Echo Hotel, not by choice, but by instructions. And so when it was time to fund this conference, I just assumed there were certain things I was working on that I was going to use to fund it. So many things I was expecting, but none of them came through. And just a few days towards the conference, I just said to God, I was like, okay, Lord, how do you want to fund this conference? Like, something I should have asked this. And He said crowdfunding. And He confirmed it through my cousin Asdams. And He had confirmed it through my friend Esther Longe as well. And so I was like, okay, Lord, I don't like asking people for support, but no problem. And you know what? What He said to me was that He had said, look inwards. So there had been people that had been impacted from this conference for the last 5 years. And it was almost like they were, I had not leveraged on them. So almost like they were dormant because I hadn't leveraged on them. And He said, no, reach out to them. And, you know, I want them to also partake, because most people that understand this conference know that the themes are very, very specific to what He's doing in Nigeria per time. And within 2 to 3 days, we raised, I'm sure, about, we're still trying to calculate it because everything's happened so fast, over about 1.5 from people from giving from 2,000 naira to 100,000 naira to 10,000. I mean, people are amazing from different parts of the world. And I just want to use the opportunity to say thank you to everyone. And, you know, one of the things He taught me was that, you know, there are 3 types of material wealth. There's transactional wealth, when you exchange value. There's transformational wealth, and there's sovereign wealth that comes from God. He wanted to show me transformational wealth, which means that, you know, when you impact people, you can actually receive wealth from people that you impact. So as a wealth coach, that was very profound. Now let's talk about Nigeria's eruption. The last couple of weeks in Nigeria, not just the last couple, I mean, they have been very emotional, not just the last couple of weeks, but also the pandemic. We're currently in a global pandemic. And, you know, after the 60th anniversary, we kind of saw like an eruption. So our youth, our young population, our youth are actually our national treasure. Like Singapore, they don't have any natural resources. They only mention 3. One is arable land. I think the other is their people, and can't even remember the third one. But for us, we have so many natural resources. But you know, our young population are our natural treasure. national treasure. When I was in investment banking, when we do all these pitch documents of country reviews to investors, we're always talking about our population and the fact that they are young. I mean, this is why countries like Canada and Singapore are very bullish on immigration, because they have an aging population, so they need young people. But you see, our youth had been somewhat dormant, not by choice, because, I mean, we can see it's even very difficult to get our youths into government, but they had been dormant. And all of a sudden, with the protest, there was kind of an eruption, building up, and then there was a massive explosion on the 20th of October 2020. And through that explosion, there was massive destruction and killing. So in terms of the destructions, we can see what is going on. I mean, there was destructions everywhere. So literally, it was like a volcano. But the good thing, the amazing thing is that a volcano, it means that it's actually an opportunity for national transformation. Everything that has happened is an opportunity for national transformation. The protests and also the global pandemic kind of highlighted underlying issues in Nigeria. So we have been over-dependent on oil for so many years that has actually affected all other sectors. And you can see now the poverty rate is increasing, inflation rates, and all of that. But you see, like I said, it's time for national transformation. Now let's look at an example of a country like Canada. I'm sure everybody that can relate to Canada, because everybody wants to run to Canada. What is it that they're doing right? They actually apply this three-sector economic model, which focuses on the primary sector, which is extraction of raw materials, the secondary sector, which focuses on manufacturing and processing, and the tertiary sector, which focuses on services. Now, the economic model talks about how a country should actually move from primary to services. So if you look at a country like maybe Nigeria that has a low per capita income, you see that we're focused more on the primary. We're still dealing with more extraction of raw materials. But like a highly developed economy like Canada, they are in the other at the end of the spectrum, tertiary. They actually have about 3/4 of their workforce working in the services industry. But Canada is actually very, very unique compared to other developed nations. They actually also have a very lucrative primary sector in terms of raw materials. They have, I think, the third largest in terms of natural resources, the value about $33 trillion or something like that. So one of the largest energy reserves, oil reserves as well. You know, in terms of and humongous natural resources. In terms of manufacturing, automobiles, aviation, they're just doing a lot. You know, their economy is diversified. And then in terms of technology, so you can see that it's a diversified economy. And this is why they are thriving. So how does this relate to Nigeria? If you look at Nigeria, if you take Nigeria as like an institution, or an organization, its key resources are the staff. And so an organization should make sure it trains and educates its staff, and it also provides good health care. So one of the things that we need to focus on in Nigeria is education. We need to ensure that we have a highly skilled workforce. We need to upgrade our educational system. If you look at a country like Singapore, they only focus on 4 subjects: science, maths, English, and their mother tongue. And they have some of the best results in science and maths in Asia and the world. If you look at, so we can actually focus on making Nigeria the premier hub for education, an educational hub. I mean, I remember I have an aunt that is Botswanan, and she says that in the 70s, she actually came to Nigeria, to Ibadan. She's a doctor. UK. So we can actually open up the sector. Most importantly, communications and technology. We need to be a smart nation. We need to focus on export-led digitization. We need to upgrade our digital infrastructure. There's so much that needs to be done. We need to be able to attract global tech companies like Israel. That's what they've done. All the major tech companies are there. We need technology land. We need infrastructure. We need to be able to export our skills right here in Lagos. You can be, exporting your skills in Silicon Valley. So we need to focus on communication and technology. So basically for this conference, as I'm rounding up, these are some of the things we'll be discussing. Now we have an amazing lineup of speakers from education to technology panelists. They're going to come and share their wealth of experience. So please get your notepads, get your pens. You need to take notes. If you need to record this, if you need to tell your friends about this, it is very, very important. We're looking at education, but we're not just looking at education from just an academic point of view. We're looking at other types of education. We're also looking at technology, and we have some tech experts here, tech investors as well. So get ready because you're going to experience your own volcanic transformation. Thank you so much. Make sure, again, you stay tuned. Tell your friends to come. This is for you. This is for everybody. Thank you so much. God bless you.
The Lord told me, resign from my job in investment banking, and I started volunteering in the church office, and I didn't really have that much. It wasn't even that much money anyway, but I did it. I obeyed God, and I thought, well, you know what? It was already a stretch for my husband, but we had about 2 weeks to the end of the month, so I would survive on my husband's salary. Something happened. Even go to work because I couldn't even buy petrol, and I was so depressed, and it was in the afternoon, and I remember going to bed to sleep, and just before that, God had said to me, He had showed me the story of Jonah, and He said to me that I had been disobedient, and I didn't understand. Afterward, I left my job in investment banking, and I was doing everything that God wanted me to do, and then I slept and I had a dream, and then God spoke to me in the dream about the Do It Afraid conference, and I thought to myself, oh wow, when I woke up, that I remembered that actually God had said that I was supposed to host a conference, that it wasn't about me, but He was bringing different people to share their Do It Afraid experiences. How did the Do It Afraid conference even start off? I was invited, the Do It Afraid message, how did it start off? I was invited to speak somewhere, and I spoke to 30 ladies, and I thought, this was my first speaking engagement. It was at a restaurant, and I thought, let me just share my story of how scary it was for me to leave investment banking, and how God had just come through my life, and I was happy, even though I still had needs and wants, but I was fulfilled. And I shared that story, and my amazing friend Uche Pedro of Bella Niger reached out to me and said I should write a letter, I should write an article for Bella Niger, and I decided to write on Do It Afraid. Actually, I wrote Doing It Afraid, and when Bella Niger posted it, they changed it to Do It Afraid, and the raves, the comments were so many. At that time, 5 years ago, 30-something comments was huge, And I thought, okay, I'll just record an audio CD for those that can, listen to the message later. And I thought that was the end. And one day, one of my mentees, Simisola, called me and said, Omi, I was praying at church. I wasn't even praying for you. And I saw a vision of you hosting Do It Afraid conferences. And so fast forward to that dream, that day, God told me I had been disobedient. He wanted me to host the Do It Afraid conference. And I thought to myself, how am I going to do this? I had no money. And God was very specific. He gave me a date. And that's how within 2 weeks, it's interesting how we've just gone sailing. And I looked across and I saw Civic Center. That was the first place we did the first conference. Civic Center was expensive. At the time, it was a minimum of 650,000 just for the venue. I looked on the other side of the river and I saw ARM, the company that I worked in, that I loved so much, the company that trained me. And it just brought back memories of my Do It Afraid, of how I left ARM and how the Lord led me to start the Do It Afraid conference at Civic Center. I honestly, you have to buy my new book, Journey to Wealth, to know how I was able to pay for that venue, but God did it not one time. You know, the theme for that conference was a moth or a butterfly, which would you rather be? The second conference, the Flourishing Palm Tree and its Process, was at Echo Hotel. That really stretched me. I was really afraid. And the third conference, the Promise of the Rainbow, God actually broke a Guinness Book World Record rainbow for me. I remember saying to the Lord that, Father, are you still with me? I need a sign to show me that you're still with me, because planning these conferences are not easy. And within 30 minutes when I got to my kids' school, a parent said, Omi, have you seen the news? And I watched, and apparently there was a record-breaking rainbow that was recorded in Taiwan. It's actually now in the Guinness Book of World Records. It lasted for 9 hours. Usually rainbows last for 30 minutes. In fact, the last world record-breaking rainbow was 23 years before that day. That's about 26 years now in the UK, and it was only for 6 hours. But God broke a record. And then we moved on to flowing with honey and milk. And in fact, I didn't think I was going to move past the Promise of the Rainbow, because everything I went through almost wanted to kill me. But we went again and we did It Afraid and did Flowing with Milk and Honey, and then Endless Ocean. And now we're doing a volcanic transformation. Actually, we wrote a volcanic disruption and we canceled disruption and we put a transformation. And you know, one thing that is specific about these conferences is that God is actually speaking about Nigeria. There are prophecies concerning Nigeria. Each conference, you know, as I was writing my new book, Journey to Wealth, and I got to the Promise of the Rainbow part, I'd actually forgotten that it was a prophecy. And a friend of mine called me from Canada, and she said to me that God reminded her about it, and that was a prophecy, and that the storm that comes before a rainbow comes, that's what we're going through with the COVID-19 pandemic, but that the promise of the rainbow is here. And you know, the amazing thing is that the Lord says that the land is flowing with milk and honey. He says that He's seen Nigeria, that Nigeria, you have chosen to be a butterfly, and He's seen that you've gone through the process like a flourishing palm tree, and now He's shown you that there's a promise of a rainbow, and but that the land is flowing with milk and honey, and that the endless ocean, there's an endless ocean of wealth coming out to you, like Isaiah 60 that says the abundant wealth of the seas will be turned over to you. And you know what the Lord says? That is your time for a volcanic a volcanic transformation. A volcano is usually dormant, but it is what is dormant in the volcano that erupts. And when it erupts, there's an explosion, and sometimes it can be scary, and that's what's happened with the COVID-19 pandemic. But you know what? A volcano is a beautiful thing. The lava of a volcano actually creates a new landscape and actually makes the soil very fertile, and there's an abundance. And also, even the lava from the volcano is used to heal skin. I can talk about all the benefits of the volcano, but right now what I'm speaking into you, Nigeria, is that there's a transformation, not just for Nigeria, but for everybody that is coming to this conference, for everyone that keys into this. And I just want to use this opportunity to say thank you. I want to say thank you to my husband. You know, my husband is amazing. But even before I say thank you to my husband, I want to say thank you to God. I want to say thank you to God for finding me worthy and not letting me give up, for trusting me so much with such a huge project. I want to say thank you to God for these amazing things. I want to say thank you to my husband, for doing It Afraid with me, because it costs us everything. You know, not just money. My husband has sowed into this, but also in time, also in effort. He's seen me whenever I'm doing these conferences, I'm focused on this conference, but my husband has been there. I want to thank my children for always being supportive, even when they see me having to plan and having to focus on this. I want to thank all the volunteers, everybody that has come over the years. For my core team members that started with me, there were only 3 of them at the very beginning, to all the volunteers that have come now. I want to say thank you to my team that work with Umlala Ashikaya International, Dami, Victor, everybody, every team member that has come on board. Eva, Simis, I don't want to name names, Omotayo, Tolu, Shola, the graphic designer, everybody, Sean, the videographer, Caleb, the new insert. Gifts to House of Tara, everybody that has given, to Bobby Taylor that has always given us free publicity, so I can go on and on. I want to thank Bella Nigeria. Uche, you were there from the very beginning. You have, from the very first conference, when we only had one sponsor on the flyer, it was Bella Nigeria. And now that we have many sponsors, Bella Nigeria is still there. You have supported us with everything. You and your family, you, buddy, I just want to say thank you. I want to thank Value Media. I want to thank Media Link. I want to thank Laswa. I want to thank everybody that has been so supportive. My Ignite family, my GLA family, my mother, my father, my brothers. My brother Maide is in America, will always come and pray every conference. I want to thank my in-laws, my parents-in-law, my cousins, Fade, Damola, Askams. I want to thank the Do It Afraid entrepreneurs, all of you. I really, really want to thank you, because you know what? You guys make it, you guys just blow my mind. I see the amazing things you are doing. Jessie Osiobe, Nelly's, Coin Solar, all of you, all the amazing entrepreneurs that are doing amazing things. Those that started from Belo Foods from the beginning to those that are now at the forefront of God's agenda. I want to say thank you to every single person that has spoken. All the speakers, God, you guys, you're over 72. All of you, you have spoken, you have given of your time. We don't pay you, but you come and you pour out. All the venue, Glitz Event Center, Eco Hotel, all the venues, everyone that has supported one way or the other, all the radio stations, Lamri Olushola Show, my mentor, everybody. I just want to say my pastor, Pastor Wale, everybody, I want to use this opportunity to say thank you. For 5 years, I know I may have forgotten some names, but you know what? We see you, I know you, I remember you. This is so impromptu, so I can't remember everything. So if your name wasn't mentioned, just remember that I love you, that I'm thinking of you. For everyone that has given, those that sold 5,000, those that sold 100,000. Oh my goodness, how can I forget Kingdom Community? From Pastor UD to Pastor Emmanuel Daniel, to Sister Lera Aida Otobo, to Sister Imo, to all the Kingdom Community family, Esther Longe, my cast Kingdom Army Society, Sister Jibike of Vintage Roman, Vintage and Cornerstone, Tito Bola, Tito, everybody. I just want to say thank you, all of you. We will not be able to do 5 years without all of you. For all my makeup artists, from Eva, Evelyn, to Mercy, to Kala Data, to Damola, to my photographer Leka, like all of you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. God will reward you all. We're celebrating 5 years. This is 7 events. I don't know what is coming next. I don't know if this is the end. I don't know if this is just the beginning, but I am excited because really and truly the sky is just the beginning, and we will continue to do it afraid. Get ready for it. This is your time for a volcanic transformation. God bless you all. I love you. And finally, again, to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, I see you. I love you. I see what you have done over 5 years. You are everything to me. And I say thank you. This journey, I will not change it for anything. I say thank you because you have been gracious. I am nothing. I will not be able to do this without you. We will not be able to pull the crowds we can pull, do any of this without you, Lord. So thank you, Father. Thank you to everyone. God bless you. Sharon, thank you.
And I hope you're experiencing a volcanic transformation so far. In a moment, we're going to take it a step higher, as for every edition of the Do It Afraid conference, one of the most critical aspects of the conference is the panel discussion. And today, like I mentioned earlier on, we have a select team of speakers who are going to be doing justice to the topic of the day. But before now, you saw the video of Omilola's Do It Afraid story. It's always amazing, never gets old, listening to how a tiny seed, a tiny dream has grown to become such a mighty oak tree that would live for years and years to come and outlive even we ourselves and go on to generations to come. And so at this point, I want to ask you, what is your Do It Afraid story? Well, sharing with us on the panel session this afternoon, we have Jadesola Adedeji, who is a social entrepreneur with a dream to change what education looks like in Nigeria. Also joining the panel this afternoon is Simi Nwogugu, who is the CEO of Junior Achievement Africa, the continental headquarters of the Junior Achievement worldwide. Joining the panel session as well is Olatubosun Alake, who is the special advisor on innovation and technology to the government of Lagos State. Joining them, we also have Orondam Otto, who is a social entrepreneur, development consultant, and community organizer with over 15 years experience working across the private, civil society, and public sectors. Joining them as well, we have Gaze Baba. He is his government name is Akiade Iboye, but popularly referred to as Gaze Baba. He's a Nigerian recording and performing artist, a culture architect, and a creative entrepreneur. Talk about transformation and good disruption. Also, we have Tolu Adelowo joining the panel session, founder and chief executive of Kuzant, a technology company that is focused on helping clients navigate the complexities of running a digital business in Africa. Moderating this panel session, you already met her earlier on, is Umilola Ushikoya.
Welcome to the panel session of the Do It Afraid conference. The theme is going to go right into it. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for being here. Thank you for your time. Most of you, all of you are very, very busy people, and so we do not take your time for granted. Thank you very much. So we're going to get right into it, and I'll start at the very end. So Otto, I have read your profile. That is like a profile of like 50 people. And with a profile like that, I'm thinking you can get a job anywhere in the world, any Fortune 500 company, anywhere in the world. But you have chosen to impact the underserved children in Nigeria. Why do you do what you do?
Thank you very much for that question. When we were sitting down and trying to get our seats, I knew that I was going to be the first person that, the question was going to come to. So I tried to avoid this particular seat. And they promised that I wasn't going to be the first person.
Oh.
But it's fine. Thanks so much for the question. I think you've asked a very interesting question. And I listened to development in Nigeria with when we look at, when we put it in that context, I feel the potential we have is nothing compared to even what Canada has.
Wow. And
what even Singapore has. Because Canada today is requesting for, talents across the world. They have policies that makes it very easy for talents to come into the country. And most of those talents, they come from Nigeria. A huge number of the talents here. In terms of our population, and we make projections to say in the next 30 years we're going to be about 400 million. Today we are the 7th most populous nation. In 30 years we're going to be the 3rd most populous nation.
That's huge.
That tells us countries, and I said it a number of we could call them the technology capital of the world. When we look at China, China could be said to be the manufacturing capital of the world. Most countries figure out what they want to be known for and what they want to excel in. You know, even down to Africa, we have Kenya building a huge tourism economy. Dubai has taken up that space as well. And this focus somehow gives these countries a huge edge. Now, what do we want to be known for as Nigerians? What do we want to be known for across the world? And I think we can be the human resource capital of the world.
I love it.
Our people are talented. Our people are gifted. Our people have every single potential it will take to actually keep us at the top, you know, at the top part of the pyramid. But we are not investing in that human resource, and it's unfortunate because when you look at all the indicators that keeps us below the poverty line as a nation, we are literally at the top in all of them. You know, the highest number of out-of-school children, the lowest investment in education. You know, I saw the budget that is yet to be approved in Nigeria, and it's less than what we had last year. And it's so unfortunate because it shows that we are not even interested as a government to invest in education, because education literally is what gives people all the exposure, the enlightenment, and the capacity to be productive as a nation. And we are not being intentional in that. And for me, every other day, I walk across the street, I drive across the street, I see potential. I don't understand why on major cities from Lagos to Port Harcourt to Kano to Kaduna, you see children on a Monday morning begging on the streets, and the government most times are not even doing anything about it. It seems to be business as usual. But those could be innovators, they could be entrepreneurs, they could be, those are talents. You know, and so it bothers me so much. I believe this conversation should go beyond just talk and to action. And that's one of the reasons why I do what I do.
Thank you so much. So I was going to ask, the second question is, so what is the state of the public, the state of education in the public schools? Because many people do not actually know. What is the state?
So I usually say that no education is better than, poor education is better than no education. You know, and I don't need to reiterate the state of education in our public schools, because it's something we already are familiar with. I'm sure that you wouldn't want to take your child to a public school because you are not confident in the quality of education that those children.
But it wasn't always like that, because we have a lot of people that went to Queen's College.
I think it boils down to investments. Okay. The quality of investment in those institutions. I think what's most important is the quality of teachers. A good teacher can be teaching a cluster of learners under a mango tree, and those children will come out, or those learners will come out, you know, excelling. But a bad teacher would actually go into a very air-conditioned, you know, beautiful-looking classroom, and without quality content, without great curriculum, without good pedagogical skills, the teacher would not be able to pass any learning. And this is what we see across most of our public schools. Teachers who got into teaching because it wasn't their first choice. You know, they got into the teaching profession because that was the only option left for them. And this comes back to even the policy. To become a teacher in Nigeria, you do not need to be among the best. In fact, you need to be among the, I don't want to use the word the worst, but that's what the policy says. To go into study medicine in a university, you need to score about 240 in your JAM, you know, 280 in some schools. To study engineering or accounting, maybe 220 to 190. To go into a college of education to study to become a teacher, you need to have just 80 over 400 or 100 over 400 in your JAM. And so you find that most people who go into the teaching profession go there because there was no other option for them. And when you also see the investment that is made in those colleges of education, you also see clearly that we're not really interested in investing in education. I think for us as a nation, we need to be extremely proactive. You know, we need to be extremely proactive for two reasons. One is that what we have today is a great asset. Our population is the greatest asset, not the natural resources. And even when we look at the natural resources, that is an extreme asset that we have not. We just focus on oil and crude. We have tons of dozens and dozens and hundreds of natural resources that we have not even explored. But our human resources is the greatest asset we could have. You look at economies like Japan, without natural resources, but they are the third or fourth, biggest economy in the world. So as a nation, with a projected 400 million young Nigerians, that population says that over 80% of that demographic will be below the age of 25. That is great talent. And I think it's important for us to be very proactive in building that talent for two reasons. One is, if we do not, it's going to haunt us. It's going to, when you see every little opportunity that, we call them hoodlums, but they're not just hoodlums. They are people who are securities, are hairdressers, are barbers, are drivers, when you look at how much they earn, and they drive past, or you drive past them every day, but they know that no matter how much they earn, they will never be like you. They're going to be envious. But they have you go to countries like the US, and you see a barber who earns about $40 just to cut your hair, and for them, they can aspire to actually own a car, to buy a house. Yeah. So it's important that we start thinking of how to ensure that we create an economy that is almost equitable. I wouldn't say equal, but equitable for every single person. And it boils down to the decisions we make inside and outside government.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to go ladies now. Actually, I should have done ladies first. So, Mrs. Adedeji, you had 20 years experience in the pharmaceutical industry, and you packed it up and went into education. That must have been scary. That must have been do it afraid. Why education, and how scary was it for you?
Thanks. I think for me it was a reaction to what I saw moving back to Nigeria. So the Nigeria that I left, education-wise, as you said, most of us went to public schools, versus the Nigeria when, fast forward 20 years later, when I came back, was not the same. And by that time, I had children. And so, of course, when you have children, you're invested in their development, your investment, etc. And I just found that the quality of education hadn't really improved. If anything, it had even dwindled. And also, I found, so for me, it was a reaction to what was going on in the community or in the society with my kids in mind. And so I thought to myself, if my own kids, going to these posh private schools, as I call them, if I feel that though they're still lacking in certain things, then what is going on in the public schools that I attended as a child? What skills are the kids learning? The curriculum is outdated. It's not really fitted to what is going on in reality. And so I just started to research that, okay, we're living here in Nigeria. How can my children experience, the level of education that from where they came from? And so that's how it began. So it began with my own children. It began with research. It began with, okay, if I can't find it, then I'll create it. So I'll put my money where my mouth is, so to speak. And so that's how I went into education, specifically centering around science, technology, engineering, and math education for children. And initially, maybe, we would go on holiday and I'll make sure I put them into a STEM camp. And I thought, this is crazy. If I am doing this for my own children, what about the children in Nigeria? And so that's where the idea came from. It wasn't automatic. It took about 3 years. As you said, my background is in pharma, so I expected that I would be going into the healthcare industry. And that's, where my career and education investment had gone into. So that was my expectation. But, like they said, that sometimes everybody else sees it except you. So finally, when I decided to go into education, my friends were like, thank God. Because apparently I was the resource they all came to for educational advice, etc. That they were wondering when I was actually now going to take the leap. So taking the leap was not it seemed automatic. Again, a reaction of a mother. So mother to my own children, but then mother to the children outside of my own sphere, thinking, how can we take this knowledge, knowledge-based, which is good, but then how do you apply that knowledge in the 21st century? You know, what are the hard skills, but also the soft skills like critical thinking, problem solving, certificates, but no skills. And so the program that I looked into early childhood. So just as you learn your ABCs to be able to read, these skills beget skills. They're in there. It's not in our curriculum. So how can you provide an enrichment program that the children can start to learn, even from as early as age 3, to develop these 21st century skills, which now with the pandemic, it seems, you know, almost automatic. We're almost validated in our mission statement that we want to equip the Nigerian children with the skills they need for the future workplace, which is now, actually. It's not so far off anymore.
You know, I talked about Singapore in my opening speech, and I talked about how year one in a really good school. He's doing loads of, it's been tough trying to keep up. You know, is it because of the current landscape that we find? Or should we be like in Singapore that they just focus on 4 subjects and they have, you know, some of the highest performing results in science and math? So is this something that if we're saying we want to be, you know, we want to develop, you know, our technology space, expert-led digitization, is this something we should be doing?
I think really it needs to come from the top, having a national agenda. You know, India did that probably 2 decades ago, that they were going to be known for innovation, technology, creativity. And they ensured that the educational system was modified for that future that they had in mind. Human capital around the world, but it was deliberate, and everything was sort of crafted toward and the sort of weight for government, and I don't think people are anymore. Now, with the public schools, particularly in Lagos State, and I'm not just saying that because you're here, particularly in Lagos State, we're able to also respond with low tech. So when you think of technology, most people think of internet and online, etc. But then they also looked into some low tech resources, radio, TV, in response to the pandemic, just to ensure that the children keep learning. So I know that happened in Lagos. To the extent that it happened throughout the country, I don't know. But then again, you're seeing pockets of innovation around the country as opposed to a national one. Nevertheless, things, you know, the change has started. The volcanic transformation has started, whether they like it or not, because it just laid to bear all the things and all the murmurings people in the education sector have been complaining about for decades, and nothing was done. Well, it had to be done, and it has started. So that transformation has started. And so when I was doing my own research as well regarding Volcano, as you said, transformation comes out of that. Newness comes out of that. Enrichment, nourishment comes out of it. But it depends on the response of the affected people. So I feel that the transformation has started. It was inevitable. It was unpredictable. It was unpredicted. And you have to respond. You can't fold your arms anymore. So I'm excited. I'm excited, and I'm hopeful that the response will not just be a knee-jerk response from government, but that it will finally be something that, you know what, we can't continue like this. Like Otto said, we are human capital rich in this country, and our focus is, unfortunately, you know, on the sort of hard resources. And I think even the recent protest that we have is a response to that. It's a response to the transformation that's needed. Again, millions are out there. You know, they have certificates, they're no job. If they have certificates, they don't have the required high-level skills. And if you look at the statistics, the number of people who are entering school, the ones that have the opportunity, by the time you go to primary, secondary, to university, maybe only 20%. It dwindles as you go from one stage to the other. So imagine that the ones that even graduated are even the lucky ones. Majority of them don't even have the access or the opportunity. So a lot of people keep saying it's a ticking time bomb, but I think we saw a glimpse of that in recent times. So the change has started.
Thank you so much. So Tolu, so we just finished with that, and then we can come to my people here. See, there's a huge opportunity for Nigeria to actually thrive from everything that's going on, even with the pandemic. I mean, in my research, a country like Canada came into their own after the World War I. You know, there were economic, political, and social reforms. And one of the things they did that really brought in a lot of revenue and gave them their independence was manufacturing uniforms and also like equipment for the war. So for us here in Nigeria, you know, I talked in my speech, and even some of the panelists have talked about how we need to focus on, you know, how we can try and bring the tech giants to Nigeria. If you look at Israel, I mean, I love Israel because they had no choice. They were boycotted by the Arab nations, so they had no choice but to look at how to trade with the world. So they developed their tech. And you have the big companies in there. One of the things that your company does is you match, you know, talents to companies. Now, what are the challenges? What are the challenges in the market in terms of skills? How bad is it, or how good is it? And what are the opportunities? So for an aspiring entrepreneur, what are the opportunities that they can see so they can start a business?
Okay, thank you. So what are the challenges in terms of skills, right? So in our talent business, we have two sets of people that come up to us looking for jobs. We have those that are interested, but they don't have the skills. And there is not much we can do in terms of getting them jobs because employers of today are not looking to test with anyone, you know. They don't have the patience as of now. And then we have those who have really invested in themselves. So you find people, they've all come out from the same university, the same educational system in Nigeria, but then they've invested in themselves. And so they're able to be placed in jobs with employers, right? So in terms of the skills, if we have, say, we post a job today, say an employer wants maybe a developer or something, we would have hundreds of people apply. If we say, okay, you know, why don't you do a basic test? Let's see if you can develop, you know, write any programming skills. Usually it's about 2% of that will scale through. And there's only 2% of the talent that we can present to employers and say, okay, choose your pick. So that presents a challenge in the sense that, yes, in Nigeria, we are thinking of, at some point, exporting our skills or exporting our human potential, which is important, we have to. But then we have that skills gap. And out of that 2% that would maybe likely have been presented to candidates, maybe 50% of them today are looking to move to Canada or looking to move outside. Or they stay in Nigeria, but they can find, there are all these freelancer gig platforms that they can find some jobs, you know, they get paid in dollars, so they don't need to work locally. So one, it's a challenge for local employers because the guys that you can really hire, most of them want to sort of work outside, right? Or they want to go to Canada. But two, because Nigeria needs to digitally transform, you know, Africa as a whole needs to digitally transform. So we still need those skills here to help us digitally transform, to help us catch up with UK, US, and everyone. So we have that lack of skills, and then the rest of the guys who obviously want to be part of the job market, but no one wants to employ them. So for us, it's a challenge always trying to balance. You know, education is a big thing, as everyone has mentioned. We need to push education. But I also say that we need to look inward for competitive advantage. Okay? So today we might not be able to export like hundreds or thousands of software developers, but we can export people like data labelers. So what they do is big companies like Google, IBM, Microsoft, they are doing a lot on artificial intelligence, but artificial intelligence needs humans to support that, right? So for example, if a computer can identify a cat, Usually about millions of people should have actually gone through pictures and identified the cat beforehand so that the computer has the data to say, when it sees the cat, it says this is a cat. That kind of data labeling doesn't need as much education. So it's something we can actually export from Nigeria, and it's still part of tech. We can export because Venezuela is doing it. Lots of people in Venezuela are doing it. So in third world countries outside, people are actually being part of these circles where they can become data labelers, and they're making a bit of dollars, you know, as a tech exporter yet, but there's still other areas in tech, you know, from data labeling to data and data entry, customer service, IT support. Those things we can still push out. So I still think there's an opportunity for us. Even now, even though the education isn't there yet, I think now there's an opportunity for us, primarily because we speak English, right? We speak English as a nation. That is the...
Thank you so much. You know, you talked about digital transformation. COVID came as a shock to everyone, and we literally had to embrace technology. I remember listening to the keynote speaker for today. I remember listening to him, and he was saying how, you know, technology is no longer the back door. So if you are in the food business, you see yourself as a technology company in the business of food. So if you're in education, a technology company in the business of education, as opposed to if you're a church, a technology church or company, you know, in the business of the gospel. But the thing is, even financial institutions, it was almost like they were just trying to catch up. They started, you know, launching their apps when they should have done this ages ago. So what is digital transformation, and what do entrepreneurs need to do now to literally transform their business?
Okay, so I know digital transformation is it's almost like a buzzword, right? And if you check on LinkedIn, I think maybe 50% of people on LinkedIn now are digital transformation experts. But what is digital?
No wonder. I was getting a lot of digital transformation invites. I was like,
What is digital transformation? My customer using technology, right? So sometimes a lot of it is not about the actual technology you use. It's really about your end customer, right? How can I use technology to improve the value or to change the type of value I'm giving to them? And it can be anything. Even in food, you can find ways to use technology to deliver better value. So, for example, I think it's a company. So they export salmon to UK. What they
Nigeria?
do is... No, it's not Nigeria. Sorry, I think it's an Asian company. It's either Chinese. But what they do is at every stage, you know, inputting information into a system so that at the end of the day, when a customer in the UK goes to the supermarket and it sees it sees a pack of fish, it can use its app to, you know, read the barcode, and then it sees the journey.
Oh, wow.
So it understands exactly how fresh it is, right? It understands where it's come from. And interestingly, they did that, they invested in that, and they found out that more customers were very excited that, look, I actually understand where my fish comes from. And they actually improved a lot of their revenues just by doing that. So what can companies in Nigeria do in terms of thinking that way? So like I said, it's not just about, oh, okay, let's build an app or, you know, build a website. It's really just more, my customer, this is the value I give to them. How can I improve that value? You know, that's the outcome. How can I improve that value? When I start thinking of that, then the technology starts to come into play. As opposed to thinking, okay, now I want to be digitally transformed. So let me start thinking of technology. You think of your customer first. This is what I'm currently giving to them. I need to improve that drastically, 100%, 200%, or I need to even change what I'm giving to them. And then you start thinking of what technology would allow me to do that. You know, even just building content, that is, you know, even just marketing content, whatever, that is even still increasing the value you are giving to your customer.
Thank you. And people can reach out to you because you provide strategic advice,
You
right?
can reach out to me here.
Okay, so Tumba, so we're going to come to you now. We've all talked about how it's important that we focus on, you know, export-led digitization, There are opportunities there. And so we know that we need to kind of develop technology land, reform like the labor laws, invest in education, as everyone has said. Lagos, and, also promote entrepreneurship. Lagos State is the commercial capital of Nigeria. To bring it from a Christian prophetic, point of view, there have been prophecies that we're going to have a Lekki tech hub. There's going to be a tech hub, explosion in technology. What is Lagos State currently doing? What are the initiatives they're doing now to encourage this digital transformation?
All right, thanks. Thank you very much for that question. So let me just speak a little bit about my office and how exactly it fits into your question. So the Office of Innovation and Technology was created about a year ago, and this was to basically catalyze the technology sector. So how can we raise the level of technology adoption? And how can we, if we are going to become export-led, right? We can't just be users of technology, but actually makers of technology, because it's a lot of usage that is going on now. The value is still being reaped from the underlying platforms that are made abroad. So how can we start to plant the seeds that will enable our young people to begin to, in a sense, manufacture the technology tools that other countries can also use, and we actually reap long-term value from those things. So so our programs are a combination of interventions and long-term policy thinking, right? We had one of our first engagement points last year called the Art of Technology. I don't know if you ever heard of it. So it was basically getting people in the technology industry, entrepreneurs, tech enthusiasts, innovators, developers, and government officials to kind of think what the next couple of years is going to be like. So out of that came our innovation structure, talent, and funding. And we've started a number of interventions looking at this infrastructure. Now, for technology to really thrive, how can you create safe havens that would help increase the value? So for instance, you spoke about a technology city. So one of the things that we are doing is earmarking land in Yaba, for instance, for a technology city, right? So if you look at the likes of Dubai Tech City or Dubai Media City, how can we also apply the kinds of policies that will help unlock value in that place when it comes to labor? How can people that would be involved that we're also talking to as well, how can tax incentives in that particular location also help reduce the cost of technology research and deployment? And then an overall communications backbone. We've been talking about the smart city in Lagos. How can, a bunch of my colleagues here mentioned in the next 20, 30 years, we're going to be this population. And we know that Lagos State is going to bear the brunt of most of that net immigration into Lagos. How do you manage transport? How do you manage all of that? So our city needs to be smarter. And how can we help catalyze that movement? And that's why we had to have that innovation master plan to kind of roadmap our way to that particular endpoint. So if you've noticed all around the city, you can't have a smart city without a robust communication infrastructure. And that's what has led to the optic fiber deployment in Lagos. So, the good thing about that is that it's not just Lagos State deploying fiber optic cable. It is doing that, it's going to be connecting all public primary and secondary schools, all primary healthcare facilities, and all secondary healthcare facilities. So you have higher health outcomes, right? But even catalyzing the private sector players. The government does not have the money to fiber every single location in Lagos. But how can you incentivize the private sector to reduce their cost of expansion and thereby pass on those costs to are the customers like you and me. And so along the rights of way of that fiber optic cable that the government is deploying, they're also doing the 6 core docks, right? So the 6 core docks entail the docks that house the fiber optic cable. We know that one of the highest overheads for telecoms companies is civil works, expanding the infrastructure. Now, how can you reduce that cost for them so that, they don't have to dig? We go around Lagos, people are digging everywhere, the infrastructure is spoiling and all of that. So why don't we put the infrastructure there and let the telecom companies just put the cable within those houses, right? And so they save costs, they save the infrastructure because every time you dig, you are spending money to replace the infrastructure. So putting the government pioneering that infrastructure rollout so that it's cheaper for the other private sector people to do it, I think that is a very, very key project. So that's already going. We've already covered about 1,000 kilometers. The first phase is about 3,000 kilometers. The second phase is another 3,000, which is 6,000 kilometers. So if we are going to really have digitalization, the first step is a robust communication infrastructure. And so government is leading that charge together with helping to catalyze infrastructure spread within the private sector as well. We are looking at talent. We spoke about education as well. And just earlier this year, we launched the Lagos State Science Research and Innovation Council that is supposed to have direct intervention into high-level research and development within our tertiary institutions, because we need to train the young people from an early age. But at the same time, when they do go to the next level, what are the kinds of subjects, what are the kinds of research work that they will be involved in that will create jobs, that will create value? So the Lagos State Science Research and Innovation Council actually funded about 16 research initiatives in September across the different universities in areas like health, COVID-19, alleviation, the circular economy, recycling, manufacturing, and many things across the civic gambit. So these kinds of interventions are some of the things that, at least from a subnational, from the Lagos perspective, these are some of the things that are happening. And it's many more. Perhaps if we have time, we can also talk about a lot of that.
Okay. Thank you. And the question, okay, so how do people get to know about these initiatives so they can benefit? And one thing I was going to ask was, I know in Israel, there's this program that they call the Yozma program, where they fund, they actually put money, the government puts money into businesses, and they also match it with private, investors as well. Is there anything like that in the States? Are there any plans for?
Absolutely. So if you look at organizations like the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund that have direct interventions into small businesses, they have MSME programs. They also have programs like the Idea Hub that helps people with, very smart ideas, but probably do not have the resources nor the kinds of skills to bring their ideas to prime time. So the Idea Hub is a program that helps them with those resources, mentoring, and possible financing hookups within the ecosystem. The Lagos State Science Research and Innovation Council as well, of which I'm a board member, also conducts periodic call-outs, innovation and technology call-outs. So for instance, in September, we awarded about 7 innovation companies, a minimum of 5 million naira to intervene in their businesses. Companies like Price Pally, Dosi Healthcare, and many other innovative companies. So we do have direct monetary interventions, but not just monetary interventions, but also making sure that these companies, for them to be able to scale and add value and create jobs, we fast track them to the right regulatory channels, right? Because we see a company that, look, this company can create a massive amount of jobs, and how can they get their permits faster? How can they meet the right people How can they get access to the right funding? How can they move within the right networks? That's some of the jobs that the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund and the Science Research and Innovation Council are doing.
Thank you so much. So, Simi, congratulations. Just got appointed as the CEO of Junior Achievement Africa. That is huge. Feels good to be a woman. Okay, so you're a brave, very, very brave woman. You had a nice job in investment banking, resigned, and decided to come as, to set up the Junior Achievement Office in Nigeria to focus on, innovation, entrepreneurial skills, and also financial education. So the other side of education, not just academics. And you did this after working with Goldman. I think you volunteered when you were working with Goldman Sachs at the Junior Achievement in New York. What is it that you saw that we needed in Nigeria? Why is entrepreneurship important? And, innovation, because we talked about, I think you mentioned Dubai, the Dubai internet city. So Dubai, they have this nice internet city. Also, even Singapore, we talked about how tech they are and they invest in technology. But they've done very little in terms of progressing on innovation. There's really no innovation. But what Israel has been able to do so well in that, in terms of innovation, how can we not just say, okay, we have a tech hub, but how can we actually promote innovation?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. So there are two questions in there. The first one about, why Junior Achievement and why I left New York to bring it to Nigeria. So growing up in Nigeria, going to schools like QC, Queen's College, and being smart, I was told I had three options, doctor, lawyer, or engineer, basically. And I went to the US for college thinking I was going to be either a doctor or a lawyer. And I very quickly found out that I didn't like either of them. And so for a long time, I was exploring. I participated in a lot of internships. And it wasn't until my, almost my final year in college that I did an internship at McKinsey. And I discovered consulting and business and, thinking. Like, there's an organization that is just paid to think and help people think and solve their problems. And I really got excited about that. That was the first time I knew what strategy was, what innovation was. And I realized that I had a gift for that. And somehow it had just been buried because I went to school in Nigeria and I didn't know about it. And so fast forward, started working in investment banking and discovered Junior Achievement. And again, I was sent to schools to teach young people how to think and business and entrepreneurship. And I said, if I'd had this growing up in Nigeria, I wouldn't have waited until almost finishing university to know that my strength is strategy and innovative thinking. And so I decided to bring it back to Nigeria. I was 24 at the time, idealist, and wanted to change the world. And that was 21 years ago. And in doing that, we've reached over 1 million students in Nigeria. But because of the nature of the landscape, it's still, I don't want to say thank God for pandemic because it's not a good thing that it happened. But it really forced people to see what we've been seeing, that, we really need a shift in the way that we do education in Nigeria. So our flagship program is a company program where secondary school students come together, look around them and look at a problem and say, how can we build a business that solves this problem? So not only do they solve the problem, but they also make a lot of money. And we do competitions to bring them together at the end of their school year to say which one was the best business in your state. And then we bring all of them to Lagos to say which is the best in Nigeria, and then the best in Nigeria then represents us in Africa. We've not been able to go worldwide because they can't compete worldwide, because the kind of businesses that the secondary school students worldwide are developing, they have robots, they have this, they have that. So it's been my passion to push us. And so this past year with the pandemic, we've seen that we need this kind of education in Nigeria. We started with 10,000 students this year. We could only finish with 1,300 because when the schools shut down, it was only those 1,300 that could continue online.
Wow.
You know, and so that just shows us, and I'm glad you spoke about, you know, wiring all the schools in Lagos, because that would go a long way. These students have it all in them. If you come to our competition and you see what, it's always the public school students, if you see what they are developing, because they see the problem and they know the solution. And so they just need the platform, they need the resources. And so it's not about bringing, let's go to Brazil or whatever, bring in the experts. No, they have it in them. They just need the room to grow that, you know, design thinking skills, the strategic thinking, the critical thinking. And so that's my passion. And they saw, I guess they saw that that's what we're doing in Nigeria now. They want us to do it across Africa, which is why I got appointed. But Nigeria is still a big market for us. It's a big market for Google. It's a big market for all the big techs that we're partnering with at Junior Achievement. They all say Nigeria is the #1 market for them in Africa because they see the potential. If we can wire Nigeria, they see the potential for them in terms of business. This is not even CSR, in terms of the business outcome. And so I'm hoping that this will force all our governments to think about how do we use this opportunity to include digital skills in our teaching. What was your second question again? I forgot. I think I've mixed it in.
No, you actually answered. Yeah, you actually answered. I think one of the things that I wanted to, you know, get was also in terms of why is, you know, entrepreneurship important as a driver of economic growth?
Okay, yes. So don't do a tech city for a tech city's sake. And I'll go back to what Tolu said, which is think about the customer, right? And then work backwards. And one of the, you know, I don't know if any of you have seen Social Dilemma, which is this, documentary on Netflix. And it's about the dangerous side of technology. And I think that, you know, one of the things I love about Junior Achievement is that we start from age 5. And we start thinking, teaching them about, you know, civic education and being, you know, we start with, you know, 5-year-olds who are thinking about ourselves and our, you know, relationship to society, our families, our community. And so we start building in them this, you know, I'm responsible for myself and my family, and they're responsible for me. And it's very important to inculcate that as they learn about the technology, because as we get deeper and deeper into technology, we see the darker side of technology. You can use it to manipulate people. You can use it to cause wars. You can use it to, you know, make riots go violent very quickly. So technology can actually become a very dark thing if the people behind the technology don't have the kindness and the empathy that, you know, we want to use this for good. And so that's something that I think should go hand in hand with the tech hubs and the tech cities. How do we develop kindness and empathy so that you are actually using technology to improve society, not to divide?
Thank you very much for that. And I was going to say, well done on impacting 1 million public school students, 1 million students. That is huge. One of the things that deters people from starting business, and I think is actually even a bigger challenge for nonprofits, is funding. So it must have cost a lot of money to impact, you know, 1 million students. What would you like to, what kind of advice can you give to someone who has a nonprofit, you know, and is looking and, you know, wants to impact the education sector or the healthcare sector? What can they do to attract funding? What are the things that they need to do?
Okay. So you have 2 questions in there also. One, it didn't cost as much as it could have cost because we had an amazing, you know, thousands of people who volunteer to teach. So we don't have to pay people to teach. We have volunteers to teach. And I remember when I first moved back in '99, and I said, we're going to do this program, we're going to go to schools, and we're going to get people to volunteer their time. And I was laughed out of the room. They're like, what? You know, everybody is struggling. You're going to get people to actually go and teach for free. No. But it actually happened because I saw it myself in, you know, when I used to teach in the Bronx in New York, the way the children's eyes light up when you walk into the classroom. It's a drug. You can't resist it. Once you volunteer once, you feel like your life suddenly has meaning. And so I'm very grateful. We have over 5,000 volunteers who teach in schools across the country for us. The second thing is that, as we develop programs for, if we can incorporate some sort of, so NYSC, I always say the NYSC is one thing that is such an engine that could be used much better than it's used in Nigeria. If you say you have 300,000 people graduating university every year, you place them in internships where they learn critical skills that will be useful for them in business. And you say as part of that, they also have to give back by going to schools to teach entrepreneurship, financial literacy, digital skills. So first of all, they have to learn it. And then in teaching it, it becomes part of them because you learn best when you teach. And so it doesn't cost to do that. It just costs political will to say we're going to reorganize our NYSC system so that they're learning practical things and they're teaching. And so they're making themselves useful. The part about funding is really, what is your story? One of the reasons they also told me that they were putting me in Africa is that your enthusiasm for fundraising. And I'm like, I don't have, and nobody likes fundraising. I don't have enthusiasm for fundraising. What I have enthusiasm for is creating a story of the future and presenting it to you in such a way that you want to be part of it. And so if I'm able to create a vision to say, this is what we're going to develop, we're going to make Lagos, a city where all our secondary school students are digitally literate, they're innovative, they're this, they're that. By the time we had a meeting with Mrs. Adefisayo, she was the one convincing her team, we have to do junior achievement in all our schools. So it doesn't...
Saw the value.
Yes, because she saw how this could be my legacy, as a minister for, commissioner for education in Lagos, that it was during my time that we actually got this thing done. And so communicate the value, see it from the other person's point of view. What is their pain point? That, CSR executive that you're going, they have deliverables. What is it that their company is trying to achieve? And how are you going to sell it to them in a way that you're solving their problem, you're solving your problem, and you are creating a vision that's compelling?
Fantastic, thank you. Gaze Baba, that name is heavy. So you're an artist. Yeah. You also call yourself a culture architect. But even in terms of being an artist, is not the conventional, career. But you're not even just an artist. You have chosen not to go the commercial or mainstream route. That must be difficult. How do you stay focused on your God-given vision, despite any difficulty?
Thanks for having me. Shout out to everybody.
Shout out, you see?
Excuse me.
Too cool.
It's tough. I can't say it's not tough, but
you've achieved a lot. I was looking at your profile. You have done very well.
I actually have to remind myself at times because there's just so much that you want to do. There really is so much that I want to do. I really don't. The reason why I say I have to remind myself a lot of times is because most of the time I feel underachieved. If I put it that way, because there's just so much. So yeah, how am I able to stay the course? Somehow.
And not go and get a banking job.
Well, I never thought of banking job. I actually thought of teaching at a point. No jokes. After I'd become an artist, like 3 years into my career, which is like 7 years ago, because I'm like 10 years in the game now. So I did apply to Corona. No jokes, okay, to teach. Because I was thinking of what can I do on the side that I can still do the music. And I just figured, okay, maybe teaching. But then I was called to come, and then that morning I was thinking to myself, do I really want to do this? So I didn't go. I just blanked out and I focused.
Exactly.
Well, when I get into what I'm doing now, you see that I'm actually now in schools.
His story is, and now I think now it makes so much sense. My second question. So you call yourself a culture architect, and you started this. So this is still education. You started this lighthouse movement where you decided to go to public schools and use entertainment as a tool for education. So you're passing on values such as identity, integrity. You know, why did you? I mean, what were the problems there that you identified? How bad is how?
You know, I believe that it took God 3 years, about 2 to 3 years, to get me to do it, because I was focused on my music and blowing and getting the music out. But I was not doing the kind of music that I used to blow, you know. And I could not do anything else, because at the core of my being, I want to achieve social transformation. Like, even when my music has like a Christian base, or the songs that I do that have a Christian foundation, from the very beginning, everybody could tell that I was different. I'm not the church artist. My first single was called Follow, Follow, and I was speaking against peer pressure. I was speaking against, I was trying to get young people to be self-assured. That the fact that everybody seems to be doing this doesn't mean I have to do it. I can stand out. I don't have to drift with the flow. You know, it was so different that there were churches that said I couldn't perform there because it was not, you get. So, and then I did Little Drops, which was saying Nigeria is like an ocean, and we all contribute to this ocean called Nigeria. It's always easy to like say this person is at fault, that person is at fault, but then when you litter the ground, you contribute to the flood that happens 8 months down the line. When you pay for special center for your child, you are wrecking the future of that child. When you, ABSU 5, the 5 girls that were raped in Abia, it was big like 5 years ago online. I talked about it in the song. ALU 4, the 4 undergraduates that were lynched in ALU in Port Harcourt. I talked about it in the song. So I made that kind of song. Wambiliki Wobia, I faced the government, and I likened Nigeria to a family with well-fed parents but malnourished children. The parents, leaders, the people, the children. So the government is bloated. The people are suffering. That kind of thing. So at the core of my being, I've always wanted, my music and my being is always about like social transformation, but I didn't see what God saw. So when he was like trying to get me to go to, he didn't tell me to go to schools. He just told me to go to my alma mater, King's College. Do a concert for the boys. You came out from there, do a concert for the boys. I love
God. He will just give you
know,
like
so it was just that, and then I got my guys together, have like a group of people who think in the same way, creatives who think in the same way. And then finally in 2017, we went to King's College. We organized the concert. The day before we went was when I knew I was going to go around high schools. And since then, we've done about 14 editions. Reached about 20,000 students. So we went to King's College, then we went to Federal Science and Technical College, it's in Yaba, then Queen's College. We've been to Queen's College like 4 times. Then Green Springs, then we did Oxbridge, then Dansor, then Babcock High School. So we've done like schools, you know. And what we do is we create these fun experiences, music, but it's value-laden music. It's value-laden entertainment. So we focus on high schools because my target is like 11 to 17, that period when you are not too young to be conscious of what's going on in the nation and what's going on around, you know, but you are not too old to be formed. You can still be molded. So high schools, 11 to 17. So what we do is when we sing, when we dance, when we perform, we're advocating values. The biggest of the values we advocate is stewardship. Stewardship is taking responsibility for something, even if it isn't your personal possession. That, I believe, is the biggest problem in Nigeria. Everybody, not everybody, most people are selfish. We think only for ourselves. That's why you run. That's why you go run a red light and all of that. So there's a speaker right here that the people can't see, but there are speakers. This speaker is not my property. If it spoils, it does not touch me directly. But then if I see something that can harm this speaker, I should be able to take responsibility for it not to be harmed. Because when it is harmed or spoiled, the person who has to who has to take direct responsibility for it. One way or the other, it's going to come round. May not be today, but it will come round. So when we go to schools, we advocate these values. They have a great time. The students always want us to come back because they have a great time, but then they learn, so basically.
Wow, fantastic. And I can already see a lot of room for synergy with some of the panelists. I love it. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to add, just to let you know that you're doing such a fantastic job because so every conference, there's always a speaker that God reveals in a dream to me. And you were one of those. Literally a dream, like gaze should be on this panel. So you are...
Sorry, thank you.
So your work is valued. Thank you. Wow, I can't believe it's an hour already. Wow, thank you all so much. Like I can go on and on and on. I wish I wasn't the moderator so that I would take in my notes, but you know what? I'll go back and I'll watch this again. And now that I have your contacts, I would also leverage on the relationship. But thank you so much for this. I'm sure everyone that has been watching today, you've learned so much. Please, if you have, kind of type in the comment section what you've learned today. We are about halfway done now. We have some amazing things coming up, so don't go anywhere. But, I mean, please, wherever you are, give them a round of applause. Also, you can actually type we're now in a virtual world, right? So type your clap emoji in the comment section. But thank you very much for listening.
The founder or the entrepreneur really has to have really big ambition, has to really, really want it. It's like building a business is very difficult, and once you go past the initial struggle and you start to make some money, you have to. It takes a lot, like a really big vision to decide to keep going. And I think many times this in of itself is the key reason why people don't actually go on to build like really huge businesses. I think because after the stress of getting just past the beginning and surviving and now making some money and having some employees, many founders don't have the ambition to go much further, don't have the vision to go much further. But I think it's important to have that vision to go much further, because I think it's really, especially in a country like Nigeria, those who have the means to build successful businesses are really the people that have the potential to really transform the country. But that comes from making much bigger businesses. Companies like Amazon, Walmart, Google have hundreds of thousands of people that work for them and are transforming cities because the founders have the ambition to go much further. So the first is like the founders really have to have the really big vision and ambition to go much further, even after they've satisfied their own personal initial desire and passion to see the idea come to birth, come to life. Now it has come to life. That's no more the passion that's driving them. There has to be another passion that kicks in to make them want to make the business much bigger. When they have that, the next thing I believe that is important is that they have to have humility. The humility is really around really understanding the gap between what they have and what is required to get to where they need to get to. So that might include the humility to understand that they need more capital, meaning that they need to go out and raise capital and give up some control of the business, because if they have a proper assessment of what is required to get to where they need to go. They may realize that they need capital to get there, that with their existing cash flows they might not be able to get there, or that they need partners, or they need to hire in like more senior people or more capable people that are experts in one area or another, or partnerships, even including merging. Fundamentally, there's often a gap between between what it takes to achieve the big vision and what we have as individuals or as leaders, and we may overestimate or underestimate what it's going to take to get to the next level because of our having gotten to the first level, or just because of our confidence in ourselves. So I think that's the second like really big thing that put together can help companies really build like founders build really massive transformational businesses. The second question was to do with my own experience as a young founder of a company in my early 20s that I was able to grow into multiple countries and eventually to list on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. And the question was, what do founders need to do very early in the companies in order to be able to bring in external funding eventually at some point, and also how do they navigate the whole equity share thing. I think it's important that founders just think of always about the idea that they're going to bring somebody else into the business, make their business, even if they never end up doing it, but it just makes them be more tidy about the financials, prevent commingling of financials and so on. And however, I think like ultimately, like you need to do what you need to do. I think that is a point that is probably overstated when you read literature, when you listen to people. Ultimately, you need to build a really good business, very sound unit economics, meaning a good business model, meaning you make money, you create value, significant amount of value, you capture a reasonable amount of that value, and it costs you a lot less to deliver that value than you are collecting. When investors see that, they are far more forgiving of any small you loan money to the company, or you borrow more. So I think fundamentally you need like a business that is growing would be able to attract capital. I think the second is really like the mindset that it takes to attract capital, which is really a mindset again of humility, a mindset that really has a good sense of what is the gap, what do I need, how much capital do I need, what am I willing to give up for that. I would recommend a book. There's a book called Founder's Dilemma. Is the book that I found most helpful about these questions of equity with investors or even with co-founders. It really talks about it in depth. It's an American book, but I think it applies very much to Nigeria as well.
Hello, everyone. My name is John Obidi, and it's a pleasure to bring you this presentation called Skills of the New Economy. I want to say a quick thank you to the organizer of this event, Omilola Oshikoya. It is such a great honor and pleasure to bring my experience and knowledge to your audience. Thank you for the honor of gracing your platform. It is one that I do not take for granted at all. Today, I'm going to be teaching really quickly with the time I have been allotted, skills of the new economy, with a great focus on how to deploy ideas at the speed of thought. Skills of the new economy, how to deploy ideas at the speed of thought. And I'll tell you why I named it thus. It's because there's a lot of us out here, we have heard that ideas rule the world. However, by the time we conceptualize these ideas, a lot of people are limited when it comes to the technologies that are required to deploy these ideas into the global marketplace. So I'm going to be simplifying the process for you. Whether you have a business you want to put out there, or a personal brand you want to put out there, or an e-commerce business you want to put out there. I'm going to be giving you skills of the new economy, simple strategies that you can use to deploy your ideas really quickly without necessarily having to consult somebody else, okay? All right. Now, before I go into these skills of the new economy, I'm first going to tell you a story or to give you an analogy real quick. Normally, I like to use a bottle of water for this demonstration. So I usually start this presentation by saying this, that by default, the output or the productivity or the quality of marketable ideas of an average first world native are primed generally to be 10 times better, more productive than that of a third world native. And by first world native, I mean, you know, the United States, Canada, and other developed countries. And by third world, I mean Nigeria and similar developing nations like Nigeria. So their ideas are naturally primed to be 10 times more productive than ours. Now, why is that? Why is that? That is because of how we see the internet in the third world versus how they see the internet in the first world. And I'm going to explain that using this bottle of water. The average third world native sees the internet as a consumable resource. Like this water, it is something that can be exhausted, something that has a beginning and a very finite quantity. If I might even speak in our vernacular, we see it as something that can finish. And so in the third world, we know what we call 1 gig, 2 gig, 3 gig, and so on and so forth. In the first world, they are not limited by that scarcity. All they know is that the internet is working or that the Wi-Fi is on. So they don't have to be measuring 1 gig, 2 gig, 3 gig. It's only those people in the third world. And so because people in the third world are using internet mostly based on scarcity, it affects whether they are going to be more productive or whether they are going to be consuming more on the internet. It affects how we use the internet. It affects our internet culture. There's some people who are watching this right now, and I'm sure you're even watching, checking to see what your data balance is, whether you can even finish watching this particular conversation, right? And that's the concern. Someone in the first world does not have that constraint at all. So that's where it starts, all right? Now, how does the first world native see the internet? Now, while people in the third world see the internet as a consumable resource, something that is finite, something that is limited and perhaps even scarce, a person in the first world sees the internet as a highway, or I should say in Nigeria, as an express road. And on that express road, you can transport goods, services, and even people. Just like right now, I am being transported on this highway into all your homes and living rooms and bedrooms this very instant on this highway called the internet. And so when they are coming onto this technology called the internet, they are thinking of how to be transporters of goods, services, and people. So they are driving the trucks that are transporting the goods, services, and people. For example, the ISPs. Or if they don't want to be the ISPs, they might be wondering, right, what can we build on the left and on the right of this express route? So think about your regular express route that you might be flying. Maybe it's the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway or anyone that is popular around where you live or around where you've been, right? On the left, they might say, okay, people might want to stop by and buy food. So let us build a restaurant. And so we have things like Jumia Food, Uber Eats, and so on, right? They might say, let us build a transport company so that if they want to have transportation into the town off the highway, they can find that. So they build a motor park, so to speak, and they call it what? Uber or Bolt or Lyft, and so on and so forth, right? They might say, let us build a movie theater so that people who stop by the roadside can maybe go watch a movie. And so they built a theater called Netflix, and other people who are also doing streaming for movies. As a matter of fact, right now, most of the big movie studios have created their own streaming platforms. You've got HBO, in the business. I think with HBO now, you've got Disney with your Disney Plus, and so on and so forth. Everyone's now getting into the game, and so they think, okay, people might want medical advice, so they build some sort of a hospital, like what, WebMD.com, right, and so on and so forth. So you can see that they are coming onto this internet with a production mindset. So they are producing and creating what people who are there are going to consume. So they are basically producing for people who just have a habit of consuming. And so we in the third world, it's not as if we don't have the creativity, but a lot of people have not been able to break past that limitation of internet connectivity, and we have to do so. All right. And how do we do that? We do that by investing in our own personal infrastructure on a collective scale. It might take a while before these issues are solved, but on an individual basis, if you are a creator, if you're someone who wants to find your place in the global scheme of things, if you want to be a co-contributor to the global economy, you have to invest in your infrastructure by investing in unlimited and high quality internet access. All right. So there are some ISPs in Nigeria, especially if you're in Lagos, who give you unlimited internet access. Do your research and try to get it. I promise you that the quality of your ideas will be 100 times better once you have scaled that issue of limited internet access. Let me buttress this point once more with a story of something that happened in 2018. In 2018, I wanted to really learn about blockchain and Bitcoin, right? I wanted to really learn what was this whole thing about. And so I researched online, and I saw that Dubai had been positioning themselves for quite a while as the blockchain capital of the world. And so in 2018, they were going to hold something called the Future Blockchain Conference. And I thought, you know what? If I want to know anything about blockchain, why don't I just go right to the source? Why don't I go right to Dubai, attend this conference, and learn what I can? So I pre-registered for the event, and I traveled to Dubai to attend that event, right? And so when I got there, there were all these exhibitors in the venue. So I saw this particular exhibitor. They were an art gallery. And so I wondered, what was an art gallery doing at a blockchain event? So I went over to their stand and I said, okay, guys, where's the art? And they said, oh, it's a virtual art gallery. If you want to see the art, put on this VR virtual reality headset and you'll see the whole art gallery open out in front of you, which I did. I put the headset on, and wow, I could see all the art, right? Everything opened out before me. I could move forward, I could move backward, I could go to a painting, push a button, and a voice would tell me the history of that art, what it was worth, who created it, the mind behind that piece of art, and other details about that. And I could move on to each painting or each sculpture or creation and see the history behind it. It was fantastic. And so I got really fascinated. I got really excited. And I said, you know what? Before I leave Dubai, I'm going to purchase a VR headset so that when I get back to Lagos, I can practice and explore and see what, the world of VR had to offer. And so that I did. I purchased a VR headset, one that would go with my PlayStation. So this was the PlayStation VR. I got to Lagos, watched a couple of YouTube videos on how to set it up, and I connected the whole thing and then go. I put it on, and then it began to load really slowly, like slow. And I was like, whoa, here we go again, right? It was so slow. I had to leave the house and go looking for which ISP in Lagos could power virtual reality, at least qualitatively, at least, not necessarily in a flamboyant manner, but at least qualitatively. I finally found one after a couple of days and trying out all the networks. But that's me. I'm dogged, I'm resilient because this is my passion, all right? But what about someone else that's just trying to try things out and they just give up? So you cannot afford to give up. You have to invest in your personal infrastructure, all right? Now, one more thing. While I was at that event in 2018, I met this guy who was a Bitcoin millionaire. And while we're having this conversation, he asked me where I was from. I told him I was from Nigeria. And he said, Nigeria, that's interesting. Africa is the future. And I said, I know what I mean. I know what we mean when we say Africa is the future, but what do you mean when you say that Africa is the future. And they said, well, because over in Europe, they're not having any more babies. And I stood back to think about that. Whoa, what is he trying to tell me or trying not to tell me? You know what that means? What he's saying is that in Europe, the population is not growing. So if they are manufacturing or if they are creating, who are they going to be creating for? However, in Africa, population is exploding. You know, we are growing in size. And so when they say Africa rising, what they actually mean is that this consuming population is rising, because for each child that is born, they're going to need books, they're going to need shoes, they're going to need baby food, they're going to need clothes, and most of these things we do not produce, but they produce, and they are all finding a market here. And so we have to flip it, okay? Instead of the narrative of Africa rising being the consuming market of Africa is rising, we have to flip it and become producers and not just consumers alone. Now, nothing empowers us on an individual and independent scale as much as the internet. And in order to do this, you need to acquire these skills of the new economy so you can be able to deploy your ideas at the speed of thought. All right. Now, that said, I've given you the background. Let me go right into it. What are these skills of the new economy? Number one, website design. Now, gone are the days when we would say that website design was the exclusive preserve of web designers. Now, I used to be a website designer, so I know, I've been there, done that, okay? But back in 2010, I could tell you that it was hard. In 2020, not so much. There are tools that make anyone, that can transform anyone into a web designer. One of them is called Wix, Wix.com, Wix.com. With Wix.com, anyone can create a fantastic website in less than an hour, which is quite generous. If you're serious, maybe 30 minutes. So with Wix.com, you can create your website yourself, not kidding. They've got their templates, just choose one, edit the text, and it becomes yours. So you don't have to go back and forth with a website designer, or you don't have to release that expenditure if you don't have a budget yet for it, okay? Your idea can go out really quickly. Now, the great thing about Wix is that you don't need to be an expert. You don't need to code. You can just drag and drop, and in no time you have a website. But another thing about it is you can actually go to Wix.com right now and start practicing, because there is a free plan, okay? But I don't suggest that you deploy your website with a free plan, but I suggest that you use the free plan to practice, test, and see if you can create a fantastic website with it. When you like what you see, you can then pay for the paid plan, all right? So that is website design. Now, there are some of the people watching that may not want to deploy a full website. Maybe you're a personal brand, or maybe you're an employee, and you just want a simple website that chronicles your achievements and your portfolio and your resume in a way that presents you as a professional. And that said, you can simply go for a professional profile. And the website that does that really well is called about.me. So there they have free plans and paid plans. So check out the free plan. It'll be about.me/your name. And you can put out all your achievements, chronicle them, so that when people Google you, it's one of the pages that will come up in search engine results, all right? And one thing I've realized with a lot of Nigerians, and I think Africans too, is that we can sometimes get a bit too humble about our achievements. And so we tend to see it as boasting, and so we don't put it out there. This is essential. It's a resume you're putting together. So create your About Me profile so that people all over the world can see you when they need you for a particular solution. All right, the website for that one is called about.me. Now, next up, you've got to learn how to do e-commerce. Now, I'm not going to go into the business of e-commerce, but I'll talk about tools that you can use to set up your own e-commerce store just like that, really quickly. All right, there are a number of tools, but there is this tool that anybody can use, and you don't need to be an expert or a coder. It is called Shopify. Now, Shopify has pre-built online stores that you can just deploy yours, put your name and your logo, and you are in business from today. Now, the beautiful thing about Shopify is that it also integrates with our local payment gateways like Paystack and Flutterwave. But please ensure that you're using the Shopify Nigeria version and not the US version if you're in Nigeria, not in the US, because the US version integrates with the US based or US approved payment gateways like PayPal and Stripe and so on and so forth. But the Nigerian Shopify integrates with our local payment gateways like Paystack and Flutterwave. All right, so make that distinction. Also, I think they still have a promo going on now where you can use it for free for I think 30 to 45 days. Find that out and give Shopify a try. Alternatively, there's also the Visa SME Hub. The Visa SME Hub gives you a free e-com store if you're in the business of e-commerce, and it also pre-integrates with Paystack and Flutterwave. So if you want to check that out, head on over to visa.com.ng and sign up for the Visa SME Hub. You'll also get that there. All right, now another thing you also have to master is international payments. That's one way to create a balance of power. Find a way, even while in Nigeria, to be able to receive money for things that you sell online to the diaspora or to foreign markets. All right, and that might not be as easy, but it's doable. Paystack and Flutterwave both are now able to receive international payments in US dollars. I'm not sure if they do it in other currencies, but I know that they are able to process payments in US dollars. All right. Now, if you also would like to get maybe a PayPal account or a Stripe account, which is for the US, just keep watching, because I'll talk about that in the next skill of the new economy, which is incorporating your business entity abroad. Now, when you incorporate your business entity abroad, say in the United States, it opens you to more opportunities that are only open to those who have businesses in the United States. Yes, it also means that you will have to pay tax, but it opens you to much more opportunities because you are a US business. It opens you to investment opportunities. And when the big money investors from the United States or other countries want to invest in your business, it's a better look and you look more accountable or secure if you are also registered in the United States. Another country that you can register a business to that looks really good for Nigerian entrepreneurs is the United Arab Emirates, but I'm not going to go too deeply into that. If you want to incorporate your business entity abroad and also be able to receive international payments through that, there is a program called Stripe Atlas. Okay, Stripe is the payment gateway, and they have a program called Stripe Atlas where for $500 only, they can register your business in the United States, provide you a business address, provide you a US bank account, and those details can be used to open a PayPal account or a Stripe account. So that does it for you. Another skill of the new economy is advertising. Advertising is very important and is not for the digital marketers. Everyone should be able to do this, okay? If all you can learn at least is how to create Facebook ads to drive your business objectives, to get customers to see what you have, or to drive a message, or to drive a narrative, or to sell an idea, or to sell your physical products or anything, if you can learn to use Facebook to do that, then you are going to be king, okay? Now, when I say Facebook, I'm going to be referring to both Facebook and Instagram at the same time, because by advertising to Facebook, the same tool also lets you advertise to those on Instagram, and you can share audiences on both platforms. All right. Now, if you want to learn how to create Facebook ads and Instagram ads, there's a course created by Facebook to help users create better Facebook ads. It's called Facebook Blueprint. Okay, so just go Google Facebook Blueprint. It is totally free to access. I think there's a token fee required for the certification, but the knowledge is totally free. So you can start learning how to create your Facebook ads today. Just go and search for Facebook Blueprint, okay? Now, the next one is the knowledge economy. You need to be able to sell your knowledge. There is something you know or are able to learn that someone somewhere is willing to pay you money for, okay? So get into the knowledge business. Now, there are multiple ways to do it. You can go to a platform like Udemy, see what is in demand there, and if what has been selling there is in line with something you want to teach, then go ahead and you can make money from there. Another thing you can do is to create your own online school that people can sign up on, take their courses, and pay you right here or wherever you are, okay? So to create your own online school, the platform I like and have recommended for a while is called Teachable, okay? With that, you don't need a website designer or a coder. You can go to teachable.com, create your not free, they have a free version, but you want to get the best of it, I recommend premium, and create your online school today, all right? Now we talk about an online school, but how do you even create the course in the first place? There are many ways to do this, but I will just give you a tool that is free and everybody can use right now. It is called Zoom. As a matter of fact, to be honest with you guys, I am using Zoom right now to record this presentation. There's no need for any fancy software. Just open Zoom, start your singular meeting. It's just you talking to the camera, hit record, and it records the whole thing, all right? So you're beginner level, you don't want to spend a lot of money, you can use Zoom. You can share your screen, you can talk straight to the camera, however you want it, okay? So these are a few skills of the new economy, and they are going to help you to deploy your skills to the marketplace at the speed of thought. In case you missed out any of these points, I would implore you to get the recordings, watch this over and over again. I wish there was a Q&A so I could take some questions, but I believe that you have gotten the gist of this conversation. It is my firm belief that we are the light of the world and we are the salt of the earth. And one thing that will really help our light so shine in 2020 and beyond is being able to master the technologies of the age. So even though I've given you a list of skills, I want to encourage you to keep on learning, keep on growing, and the earth is ours for the taking. Thank you for listening. Thank you to Omilola Oshikoya again for inviting me on here. God bless you, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Obidi for that very powerful speech and presentation on how to maximize the new. We hope as we encourage the new, we hope everyone at the very beginning of this conference that you had your notepad, your pen. There's so much to take away. And let me let you into a little secret. For a number of these speakers, you would have to pay considerable amount of money to hear them speak or hear them hold a masterclass or, share knowledge such as that. So please maximize every single second of today's conference. We hope you're still watching and listening. I see a lot of comments and people just gleaning the wisdom from all our speakers, our panelists, from our convener, and it is such a beauty to watch. Please use the hashtag Volcanic transformation when you do tweet or post a picture or use an Insta story to describe how you're feeling right here. And also don't forget to share. One beauty about the Do It Afraid conference is networking. It's an opportunity to network. Like Omi said earlier on, last year we had up to and even spilling over 2,000 people in attendance. And imagine the wealth of resources when it comes to human resources you have access to. So please do that in the comment section. You never can tell. Your next partner to do this afraid with might just be waiting for you to say something. So please share in the comment section one word of how you're feeling and what you do. My name is Ayo. I'm a broadcaster. You can put that in the comment section. All right. Now, moving on to talking about transformation and something totally unique. This year, we're doing things differently. It's the new normal. We're embracing it. It's our very first virtual conference. It's the 5th year. And we are going to be having a fireside chat like no other. Oftentimes, Omi Lola Oshikoya, who is the convener, just comes, gives her welcome address, charges us in response to the theme of that year. Well, today, she's not going to be, or for this session, she's not just going to be moderating a panel session or giving the opening charge or releasing the word over the nations, over your business or individuals at this point. She's going to be sitting and taking on a different role. We're seeing her in a new light, and she's not doing it alone. For the very first time on the Do It Afraid conference stage is a man who is no stranger to this conference. Indeed, he's one of the key pillars that God has used over the years for the success of this conference and, of course, the success of the woman behind this conference. Allow me to introduce him properly. He is a practicing lawyer and partner at Yomi Oshikoya and Partners. He's a specialist in aviation law, maritime law, and general commercial law with circa 20 years experience. He was a contributor to the Aviation Law Review 2nd to 4th edition, representing Nigeria, which featured 31 countries such as the European Union, Hong Kong, Singapore, Brazil, Argentina, Japan, United Kingdom, United States, just to mention a few. His work experience includes Shofunde, Osakwe, Ogundikbe, and Belgore legal practitioners, Chief Rotimi Williams Chambers and Beaumont and Son Solicitors, London. He was a BL for the Nigerian Law School, a Masters of Law, or he has a BL, Bachelor's of Law from the Nigerian Law School, a Masters of Law in International Commercial Law from the University of Sussex, and an LLB Honours Law from the University of East Anglia. He's a public speaker and has been invited to speak at events on radio and TV. He's a marriage mentor and marriage counselor and the co-host of the bi-monthly webinar titled The Basis of Marriage. He has been married to his best friend, who is coincidentally the convener of the Do It Afraid conference, Omilola Oshikoya, for over 14 years, and they are blessed with 4 beautiful children. Do It Afraid Conference 2020. Please make very welcome for the very first time here on this stage, Gbenga Oshikoya. Oh, and sitting beside him, of course, is his damsel, the queen of his heart, the one and only. Any other Mrs. Omilola Gbenga Oshikoya is a counterfeit, as they say. God forbid. That is fake, null and void. Does not exist. It is such an honor, such a privilege to be sitting here and speaking to both of you as we share a story, a Do It Afraid story that many people don't get to hear. And that is the story behind the story. From the very beginning of today's conference, Omi, they've shown your Do It Afraid story, talked about the journey so far. And I know, as you said, what you said during the opening speech was a tip of the iceberg. People don't get to see what really happens for the conference to happen each year, year in, year out. I know that what you've said is just a snapshot. A book is still coming. Seminars are still coming. You're still going to train and teach people, what it means to literally walk on water, doing it afraid. And the man behind the scenes, who is a heavy supporter, maybe I should before I ask you my first question, I'll let Omi talk about your contribution to the Do It Afraid conference in a way that only her can testify to. So Omi, let me let you take the stage for a few minutes. Just tell us Gbenga's involvement in the Do It Afraid conference year in, year out.
I don't know why I started tearing up when she asked me that question.
It's okay.
This was a plan, but I just want to say thank you, babes. Thank you for marrying me. Being married to me is a Do It Afraid. It's afraid.
I was the first Do It Afraid.
Yes, I think it is to write a book on being married to me and my husband's support. I mean, if he says no, I can't do it. I can't. But he never says no, no matter how ridiculous these things are. And at the end of the day, this year we thank God, God did it through crowdfunding. And even over the years, there have been people that have contributed, that supported, but the bulk of it always ends up on us. And when I say us, really, I left investment banking 7 years ago, you know, and literally have been on this water walking journey, worked in church, and then started my, you know, business and everything. But you know that it takes time to even make money, if anything. So I've literally said, God said I should resign from my investment banking job. Then God says we should write a book about our story, The Richer Woman, when I talked about facing, adultery, emotional affairs, and all of that. Then God says we should have conferences, and okay, you can use your church office, but no, God said we should use Eco Hotel, the most expensive venue, Federal Palace Hotel, and my husband never ever questions my sanity. He just always says yes. And when I've had to fall back on anything, you know, the 2018 conference, I remember we were on our way and we had done it, and the venue person had said she never does it, so thank God for favor. We could host the event without paying. And he, you know that he really had taken care of school fees, taking care of a lot of things. But you know, he had just gotten there was a company that had just paid or something, and all he needed to, my husband said, in the car, he said, "Oh, Umi, there's a company that had been owing for so long and they had paid. I would like to, I have this amount of money to give you," and it cost the venue million. He can say he needs to buy a new car, buy clothes, travel, do things. He never spends his money on anything but his family, his children, or us. So thank you. He's my backbone. Thank you for allowing me to obey God.
She has said that God said I should. It's one thing to receive an instruction from God. It is easier, not easy, easier to obey. When you're the second party, it's like Abraham didn't even tell Sarah that he was going to kill Isaac, because it's like, whose son are you going to kill? So it's easy for the person who receives the instruction. So the first question I want to ask you, Benga, is why? Why do you do what you do? There are many husbands that are supportive, but there are also many husbands who want to live life normally, you know, not have to do it afraid all the time. So what is your why?
Thank you for having me. Saying thank you to my wife would be an understatement. She's more than I can put in words. She is a part of me. And obviously, me supporting her, you know, I know a lot of people think, oh, it's easy, she's your wife, you have to. But it's not really easy. There are certain things she comes up with, and I'm thinking, do we really have to take this one? But, you know, like what this program is about, God transforms all of us, right? He tells us, you know, we shouldn't conform to the world. And you see, the worldly things are the things we desire, the circumstance we're in, the things that surround us. And like, you know, the volcano is an apt way of explaining it. You know, we all have a purpose. The volcano is literally attached to the earth, but it doesn't really conform to the earth. But its core, it's its purpose. And until that, you know, until the time is right, that purpose comes out. Everybody has a purpose within them. We all do, right? So the why question that you've asked, I think for me, I realized, why am I Benga Oshikoya, Umilola's husband? And I've said this so many times. I said it at our wedding. I had an encounter with Christ when I was young. He appeared to me in a dream, and I served him with. You know, in the dream, my parents were there, and I told them that he is here. And they were like, who? And I pointed to the picture of the Last Supper, you know, him in the middle. And they just told me I should go and serve him. Like how, you know, they train you at home when you're young, when visitors come, you know, go and see to them. So all I remember doing in that dream was serving him a glass of water, if I remember correctly. And for years, I carried that dream with me. You know, I didn't see him as in facially, but what I saw was his image sitting down in a chair, and he was glowing. I couldn't see his face, but I knew who it was. So, like I said, I've been carrying that dream with me, or that encounter with me for years, until I met Umilola. I met her when I was 20.
I think you're 30.
Was it? Yeah, sorry. 30. I was just about to turn 30, right?
No, you had just turned 30.
30,
I think so.
Okay, sorry. And I'd never met anybody with that name before. Omilola Oluwa, or Omilola for short.
Which means?
Well, Omilola
Water.
Oluwa means water is God's well, right? Obviously, what people may not understand is the most expensive liquor or spirit or whatever does not compare to that basic thing called water. I know the Bible says God will use the most foolish things to confound the mind of the wise. And it's the same thing with water. It's so simple and basic that nothing else that is more expensive than it can do the things it can do. Water does everything. You cook with it, eat with it, bath with it, clean with it, all that. But let me not digress. When I met her, let me go back. Before I met her, I was abroad, I was in school. I knew I was going to come to Nigeria to do law school. When I was younger, I was having issues with education. When you're young, you're always here, there, playing around, and a lot of times I was used to worry about things at home, my parents and all that stuff. So when before I came back, I prayed to God that, God, please, I want two things from you. I want to pass my bar exam, and I want to get married. And I was specific about who I wanted to marry, as in shape-wise, the things I wanted, I told God. So, but when I met her, it didn't click at first, but I realized that out of all the people I met, I was drawn to her more. She was simple, plain, very pretty, very beautiful. So I now, when we started this, I now realized, when I now found out what her name was, then one day it just occurred to me, I won't put it beyond God that because I served him water, that day and, then he had created my partner for me.
Yeah.
But, the way God has it, and which is one thing I believe that we need to learn to train our kids to pray for their future, especially, their future partners. And God will answer prayers in his own time. He will take you through a testing, which is what we went through, but you realize who you are. Now, the why for me is, I believe what that dream depicted for me was me serving Christ meant I should also serve her. I should also be behind her. Yeah. She is, in the dream between Christ and I, the water was in between.
Yes.
I gave him water, but basically what he would tell me or anybody else, he has another source of, water or anything that benefits you that is greater than what you can give him. All he wants is your presence and your service. And the Bible tells you, husbands, love your wife like Christ loves the church. And, Christ would do anything for the church. He died for the church. And that's one thing I'm learning. I'm not saying everything she says, I say, trust me, behind the scenes, we have our own issues. We're human beings. And I'm like, she's come again with this dream. God said. I'm like, it's only you that knows God. But I began to understand, and again, the Bible tells us that he who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor. And of recent times, I've realized that favor is not the material things we desire or we think we need. But favor is the simple thing, getting through the day, learning that this person you're married to can and will help you no matter what. This person, is part of you. I believe she's literally that rib.
Yeah.
God took out of Adam, on my part, took out of me to make her.
Excellent.
But it doesn't mean that we'll always get along.
Of course.
But, it means that, things will work out if, and that's the why for me.
That's remarkable. Talk about God transforming your life from a very young age. I love it. Thank you. Thanks for going deep. That's that's really what I wanted to hear and get out of this. Because I don't know when next we'll have the opportunity to have you seated and, speak to us on this aspect, at the Do It Afraid conference. So I think it's really important that we draw this as much as possible from you. Now, You said something about, yes, you've received an instruction from God. Yes, you know that Omi is your favor, is your gifts from God from a young age. You know, God had you use the symbol of water. And how uncanny is it that your wife's name is now water? What else? What other sign do you need? But was there a moment, whereby you knew that, okay, Lord, I know this is an instruction from you, because for every instruction that God gives, there has to be a corresponding surrender. He can't force you to do certain things. He can tell you, I want you to support your wife. He can tell you, I want you to give up your resources rather than you going on a nice holiday or, funding your wardrobe. You look nice, by the way. I'm going to use this money to support my wife. At what point was there a defining moment of surrender for you?
Yes, actually, I think there was. There was just after I turned 40, I experienced certain accidents or just before. And one of the things she was struggling with then, which was her main do it afraid incident, was to leave her profession, because God told her to leave it. I didn't understand at the time. I always used to beg her, please, just stay at ARM, because then I was thinking like any of us would. And where we are today, trust me, in a million years, Omi and I never thought about it, that this is what we'll be doing, apart from the professional things we learned to do in school. But, when you find purpose and when you start walking in purpose, it's a growth, it's a transformation, it's something that you move on to. But what defined it for me was the day I had an accident and I ruptured my knee. I tore my patella tendon. And Omi had to, and this was like 2 or 3 weeks after she just came back from England, because she had to take her mom for brain surgery. Or a few months after. And she was, she's been under so much pressure, so much, and the day she had to go to work to explain and get leave, to do this, she had gone in to discuss and she came back to the car because my leg was strapped. I couldn't walk around. And she just broke down crying, as in, I hadn't seen her that low before. And something inside me just said, look, it's okay. Whatever it is, anything else that affects us is nothing.
Yeah. Brilliant. Please, Omi, absolutely.
That, God is amazing. And I was tearing up again when I was talking, because I remember just before that incident, I had started discipleship, master discipleship in my church. And I kind of opened up in a fellowship. And I said, I want to resign from my job, but I don't. Then they're like, resign. I'm like, how would I tell my husband I'm going to resign from my job? I'd kind of reached that point where I was done. And they were like, you know what, we're going to pray, and we'll pray that God will give an opportunity for you and your husband to talk. In fact, they prayed that, maybe we'll go on vacation. And I now won some kind of lottery or something to go to Ghana. So but we ended up didn't go, but I went to play netball. And that week, this was so Wednesday was the discipleship. Saturday, I went to play netball. And my team won. And my husband, within 5 minutes, okay, let him just dunk a ball. And he slipped and fell. And it wasn't just any fall. It was a fall of, they said he tore his entire patella tendon. So he needed major surgery. So we were thinking, his family were like, Stephen was like, when it comes to surgery like that, it's not a Nigerian thing with leg, you're still young, go abroad. And so I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to leave my kids again. Like I said, I'd left my mom. I'd gone with my mom for 6 weeks, taking time off work. I'm going to leave and go again. No problem. We got to the office. And I went to get permission from HR. And in fact, we went to send an email to the doctors first. And then she walked into there. She was like, oh, I'd like to see you on Monday. And I'm like, when HR says, I want to see you on Monday, you're like, let's see. So I said, I'll come to your office now. And then literally, it was like everything I had worked for, I'd wanted was brought before me. Now, management is really looking up to you now. My boss had been fired, so I was going to take up that position. Like, wow. All I had wanted, the success was right there. But I got into it when she finished. Everything she was saying was what I wanted to hear at that point. Maybe a year before, that's what I wanted to hear. And I got into it. I just went out and said, babes, let's go. And I was driving because he couldn't drive, so it was at the back. And literally, as we drove out of the compound, I just broke down. So God orchestrated. So we literally then went away for 2 weeks. And then that's when God told me, Umi, leave your job. Wow. According to Genesis chapter 12, Abraham. Yeah. And I mean, so it just brought back so many memories.
Excellent. Thank you. Do you know, something else I just wanted to point out is also the way it links to today's theme. That, you tearing your, I can't say the name, sorry. Patella tendon. You tearing that was almost like what should have been a disruption, but turned out to be a transformation. Yes. In your opening speech, Omi, you talked about the fact that when there's an eruption from a volcano, it goes on, it looks like it's destroyed things, but then it starts to set things in process. And that's what really happened. That was actually, it marked a turning point in your journey as it is today. So that's really brilliant. I said it that 30 minutes was going to be too short, but yes, you had to. They're giving me the signals now. But I need to ask this question, and I'll tie both of it together. Number one is, for people who have received an instruction, so we started from the journey of you're supporting, you got an instruction, you surrendered. Even after surrendering, knowing that it's God that's behind this, you get to a point where it's a point of, like, I'm not doing again. So was there ever a point where she came up with one idea, like, let's go and do it on the moon or something? Omi comes up with such amazing ideas that could only have come from God. Were there points like that where you thought, you know what? No, this I've tried. Even me, I know I have tried. We're not doing this. And how did you handle that? And then tie that to, okay, they're two different questions, because I want you to answer before they come and cut me off. Tie that to what it means as being a part of a vision, to not be the visible partner. So many people, there are different people who play different roles when it comes to actualizing a vision. They're the people who are the front runners. They're the ones who people can see, they're celebrated. We want to have an award for which Omi, accolades and all that. It's Omi they're going to call. But at the end of the day, you're the one who sees what others don't see. Your money is there, your emotional investment is there, your time, family time has been put in there, but you don't get the credit. How do you manage that, and how can you help people who are in that position? So first of all, as to, was there ever a time you thought, you know what, Omi, no? And how did you handle it? I mean, her smile is so bewitching. I don't know how you would say no to that smile. But I know that sometimes they're like, nope, I'm not looking at you, nope.
No, actually, if there was a fly, well, obviously, there was a fly on the wall in our house when these things transpire. People will see another side of me. I wouldn't say I'm the perfect gentleman. Obviously, I'll react. I remember the first conference was
Civic Center.
The theme.
Moth or butterfly.
And when she first came up with it, because, well, I did sciences when I was younger, I understood the whole, but I didn't get it. But at that time, I thought, look, this girl has left her work. She wants to pursue her passion. That's what I was thinking at the time. But as time went by, I now realized that it's not just passion, it's purpose. Because she's using mediums around us to explain, what God wants from us or what God is doing with us. And it's not ironic that the first theme and this theme key together, right? Now, for butterfly to come into play, or moth, it first starts off as a slug, a caterpillar. To ourselves and allow God to take control. That beauty inside us, that purpose, He will cocoon us in a place of time to test us. And when we pass that test, we come out on the other side, beautiful, you can't touch a butterfly, it's everywhere and anywhere, but it's so beautiful. And that's what purpose is. People that see it, your purpose, will get attracted to it. When our purpose, might not touch everybody, but to touch some people. So for me, seeing that in time and with her, I've come to understand that, I don't question her. I question her just to put her on her toes, not to get carried away that, oh, maybe it's you coming up with it. But each time, I'm more than surprised that it's not just her, that actually she's getting these things from, God. From, these ideas are not just, she cooks them up. So I think, for me, I'm beginning to understand and see that, And your other question about, being behind the scenes is actually a lot easier for me to be behind the scenes. Because, she's the flesh of my flesh, is the bone of my bone. She's there for me. There's nothing that she won't do for me. To the point that, even in annoying me, it helps me. With
lyrics.
With quarrels we have, we're getting to know each other. I'm looking forward to when our kids marry and move out, to see how much we've grown and how much we get closer together.
Omi just extended that time. You will extended the time by, you had a baby recently.
Honestly, right now, we're between both bearing the boy and grandpa at the same time.
So, excuse me. So for me, being behind the scenes is beautiful. It's very comfortable. Yes, it's testing. Yes. But that's what life is. Yeah. Because the truth is, what we do today impacts tomorrow. Absolutely. And one thing I always concentrate on, if there's anything, when she asks me, well, what do you want? When people ask me, what do you want? Or when we go to places and say, I pray for this, pray for that, the most foremost thing I always ask God for and pray for is the salvation of my children.
That's his life's vision.
That's the most important thing for me. Not what I would leave for them, because at the end of the day, they have choice. Yes. But I pray that choice they have, they exercise it to obtain salvation. That is what's important for me. And I think living my life as best as I can with my wife, I'm hoping that would reflect, and the footprints we leave behind, like the book she wrote, The Richer Woman, those are footprints we're leaving behind. Things we leave behind, I pray that it will impact not just our children, but our children's children. And I think that's what God meant when he says a good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children. I don't think it's about the physical things, because all those things would end up, being destroyed. But it's the knowledge of salvation, I believe.
Yeah. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Benga and Omi. Thank you for speaking so honestly. I hope we know that this is just part one. We definitely have to come back on this seat and do another one. It's such a rich conversation, and I hope that there's so many messages, so many lessons to be learned from your personal journey and experience. And I thank you very much. Even in that, we've seen the picture of what a volcanic transformation looks like, and that's God in action. Thank you so much indeed. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've been able to pick up some fantastic gems from this very brief session. We look forward to having more. If you want a part 2 or a second part to this, please put in the comment section #part 2. They will understand when they Afraid conference. We're broadcasting live from Lagos, Nigeria, to the rest of the world. And we still have the keynote speaker who is right here with us in the studio. He's a man of many parts. He's a man who is a moving, bulldozing transformer. In a moment, you'll understand why I have described him in such a manner. But please, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Sit back, relax. Actually, get ready to sit on the edges of your seat as we make very welcome our keynote speaker for today, Mr. Kunle Shorion.
I more than welcome you all to this session. I can imagine how much fun and how much clarity you have been receiving through the panel sessions, all the speakers that you have experienced, the incredible ideas that have been pushed across the last session between Omilola and Benga. Amazing clarity, usable, transferable. You know, I can only remain optimistic, excited, and clear, about the impact of all of this in your life. I feel really excited to be here. I want to thank the host, Omilola Oshikoya, amazing, gentle husband, Benga Oshikoya, and all the team behind the scene who make all of this happen. Thank you all for inviting me. It's such an honor to be the keynote speaker here today. I have no words to really capture the ideas of my heart. I have prayed, so I will save you from praying again, right? So just be good, right? I have taken time to really think about the audience and think about you, and I've tried to rent a space in your head without your permission. I do pray and hope that will find a lot of expression in this session by God's grace, okay? So, we're living in very interesting times. We're living in amazing times. There's so much going on in the world today. The temptation is to get very logical, is to get very proactive and just assume that this is one of those, crisis is a constant, no event, no history, no pain, no gain type of experience, such that you then have succor from the motivation that if you hang on, if you stay in there, if you keep your head, somehow everything will work together. You will find your next level of power. You'll be strong at the other side, of the tunnel. Truly, those ideas are real. Those ideas are true. Those ideas work. But you see, there is a big difference between the principles that govern reality and the peculiar experiences that govern it at the same time. Principles by design are universal, but experiences are peculiar. At times, we have to limit our exchanges to the application of the universality of principles. But there comes time in the human condition that we have to transcend the limits of principles and embrace the weight of the peculiarity of experience. So I would say that principles are universal, but experiences are peculiar. And the peculiarity of experiences that we are engaging globally today call for a new type of positioning. They call for a new type of clarity. They call for a new type of thinking. They call for a new type of engagement. This is the time more than ever to get out of what is called known knowledge and the weights of known experiences and begin to challenge ourselves to consider the possibilities that are trapped in the potential that they agree. An agreement has nothing to do with similarities. Agreement can define our different. We can be two different people and agree on certain protocols that we can work with, some do's and don'ts or some rules that pretty much help us, right, to take decisions, interpret our realities better, right, look at life better and think better, pretty much. When we learn to think that way, we create power, at a level, we access synergy at a level, right, unprecedented, probably even unthinkable. But the common thinking is that similarity is the strength that we must plug into. And I want you to know today that the conversation for the next 45 minutes or 40 minutes is going to be based on the authenticity of your journey. And you have to come, we all have to come to that place of strength where we resist the temptation to embrace commonalities and the generic, right? And to be that which anyone can be. Rather, to begin to focus on what people are not willing to be, are not willing to do, or are not prepared to do. Because life will not reward you for your similarities. Life will not recognize you for your similarities. You will be recognized, rewarded for your difference. And a study has shown that those who copy, right? Those who copy people usually miss the genius of who they are copying. Rather, they focus on the eccentricity and the weaknesses of the person. So you see people trying to wear their cap like the person. They try to make their hair like the person, or wear a kind of suit that is the color that is more predominant with the person. All of that captures the container of the person, not the content. Genius does not come from container, because the best container can do is to house the content. So the genius is assessed based on the weight of content, and content becomes the critical difference in people. What defines our commonality is clear. Our commonalities are clear. We all have eyes. We have hands. We have fingers. We have legs, we have nose, we have lips, we have a dentition. We all have all of that. All of those are our similarities. But though you and I have all of that in common, it is how mine is arranged, my difference, the difference of the shape of my nose, of my eyes, of my fingers, that will make you know this is Olakunle Shoriyan and not James Kuban. That's how you are going to know, right? Now, it is the similarity it is the difference, the uniqueness of that which we seemingly share together that defines my strength. It is those kind of ideas that I'm trying to communicate to us today. Now, let me take this to let me stretch this a bit. So, in the Bible, there's this gentleman called Cain. And what had happened to Cain was the Lord asked Cain, Cain, he didn't ask them to do it actually, but they did it. Both Cain and Abel offered a sacrifice to the Lord. From the abundance of their daily endeavors and engagement, they brought the best, most prized, instruments within their, arsenal to sacrifice to the Lord. And the Lord looked unto the sacrifice of Abel favorably and accepted the sacrifice, right? But he rejected the sacrifice of Cain. Cain was livid, angry, jealous, envious rather, and then he decided to kill his brother. And he actually killed his brother. And that began a different cycle for the destiny of Cain. Before that, a gentleman has also lived. His name was Adam. And this Adam and his wife, Eve, pretty much plugged the whole world into whatever crisis that we know today. Name the crisis on any level. The unguardedness began between the unguardedness, right there within the unguardedness of Adam and Eve. But their foolishness was pretty much predictable. And God himself suspected, really, that they may make choices that may be consistent with the type of outcomes that we are seeing today. So he prepared for that, which is why God, in his awesomeness, is able to make all things to work together for our good. All things work together for our good because your mistakes and your errors and your frailties and imperfections does not shock God. Rather, he anticipates them and he prepares for them, such that in a given situation, God is all-knowing to know that there are 5 options before you. There are 5 ways you can address a particular issue. And God knows that God does not prepare for your best choice. God doesn't wait for you to choose the best of the 5 or the best of the 7 so that he can now work with you and begin to do damage control in case they are wrong. That's not how God works. The way God works is that there are 5 options before you. Whichever one you take, for each one that you take, there's a plan for it. If you take option 1, there's a plan from God for that. If you take option 2, there's a plan for that. 3, plan for that. So for your 5 options, there are 5 different responses. All of them are supposed to lead to one goal. So if the plan of God is to take you out of this room and to give you a bar of gold, what God will do is that at the door to all the 5 doors that take you out of this room, out of this environment, there will be a bar of gold there. Whichever door you open, there's a bag of gold waiting for you. The idea that all things work together for good is that God can go ahead of your errors and your frailties and your imperfections, knowing that planet Earth does not have the capacity to sustain perfect behavior. The one who can be perfect has not been born, will never be born. If you negotiate your peace based on perfect behavior, you will never have peace. If you insist that only through perfect behavior will you have a good relationship with your wife or your spouse or with your staff or your team or with your friends or your children, you are going to have to wait forever and by your own hand initiate attacks that will self-destruct you, that will pretty much limit you on many levels. The idea is that peace cannot be tied to perfect behavior because planet Earth does not have the capacity to sustain peace. Therefore, something superior must guide you on a daily basis. Part of that is to know that peace is superior to justice. Every time you pursue your justice, you trade your peace for it. And some people have fought for their justice so much, they have no peace left. That is true in marriage. That is true in teaming in the office. That is true for friends. That is true for business partners. That is true in different relationships. The idea is you cannot hold people down to your rules. So many people fight and quarrel and debate unnecessarily, not because they don't know that they are not perfect, but somehow there is a wretchedness of the human condition that pretty much tolerates the height of your own foolishness and the depth of your nuisance, but cannot for a second tolerate that of others. That is why if you have a car and you give the car to your friend to drive and he made a mistake and he bashed the car, a part of your mind feels, well, it's because you gave him the car to drive. That maybe if you have driven the car yourself, the car will not be bashed. That is the wretchedness of human thinking, because that's not true. The car can be bashed, in fact, it can be snatched from you by armed robbers or something. The idea is that if you give people money, maybe you give somebody money to do business and then the money did not work and then they are owing you and then you go over them and and then you want to kill them, you get the police, you harass them, you embarrass them and do all of that. You know that same money, if armed robbers had robbed you at gunpoint, they shot other people and collected the money, you would be too glad that you are alive to remember that money. If you lose that money yourself in business, you forgive yourself real quick. So there is a wretchedness in us that pretty much have the capacity to tolerate our own unguardedness and frailties, but resist that of others. And that is the poverty of the human condition. Whichever way, the idea is we got to come to a place where you transcend the limits of perfect behavior. Please stay with me. You transcend the limits of perfect behavior. You outgrow the blocks of right and wrong. You know why most people cannot do business? You know why they fail in business? Why they cannot handle evil in business? Why they cannot sit on the same table with evil and curate their own good on the same table with evil? People have a lot of expectations, they surround themselves with good people, with people like them, and they expect the highest of rewards. It's impossible. If you are a good person and the only way you can do business is to have good people on your table, there is a limit to what type of capacity you can grow and what type of outcomes you can create. Why? Because on the table of power, at the highest level of human expression, it is a navigation of good and evil. The Bible did not say that goodness it sets a table before you in the presence of your friends or in the presence of good people. He said it prepares a table before you in the presence of your enemies. your adversaries. It means that there is a level of exchange. There is a food, and when I say food, I don't mean physical food, but there is a nutrient in life you cannot be given the opportunity to consume except you are willing to sit on the same table with evil and use your wisdom to humble evil such that even evil begin to look unto you for inspiration. And when you become the mentor of evil, there's something called matter manipulation. You have the capacity to manipulate matter. Matter is anything that has weight and occupies space. You must grow your capacity to be able to manipulate that, right? The difference is why you are doing it. Both the fool and the wise, the wicked and the strong and the weak are all going to move in the direction of manipulation. The difference will be why they are doing it. So you got to come to that place where you can sit on that table that is prepared before you, but in the presence of your enemies. Part of how that works, guys, part of how that works is to come to a place where you transcend the limits of right and wrong, the limits of good and evil, to understand that there are still higher blocks, parallel universes to those popular ideas about human engagement. Part of that is, for example, if God had limited his thinking to good and bad, right and wrong, he will never have been able to save man. He will never have been able to save man because Jesus did not commit any crime. When Jesus came to the world, he was innocent, so he should not die. It was wrong for Jesus to die. By any standard, logically, it was wrong for an innocent man to die for sinners. It was wrong for an innocent man to die for criminals, right? To die for the wrong. It is wrong for him to die. It was right for him to live. So on the bracket of right, it was right for Jesus to live. On the bracket of wrong, it was wrong for Jesus to die. Therefore, God, who wanted to save the world, had to transcend the limits of right and wrong and move to the needful. That is why there's no scripture that said it was right for Christ to die or wrong. He said it was needful that he died. Because the needful is superior to right and wrong. And there are some seemingly wrong things that are needful. And there are right things that are wrong because they are not needful. These are symposium discussions that I wish I have time to break down. But I will teach you further by letting you know that, for example, if armed robbers come to your house today and you are hiding in a part of the building where nobody can see you, you know that if they call your name for 50 years, they will not see you there. If they bring a gun and search anywhere, they will not see you there. But let us face it, by the meaning of lies, if lies mean to distort the facts, assuming that's the meaning of lie, you are actually distorting the fact that you are in the room. You are lying to the armed robbers that you are in the room, really, because you are in the room. If you really want to pass the test of technicality of right and wrong, you should come out and say, I'm here. Let God be true. Let all men be liars. And you know what's going to happen? They are going to shoot you. And guess what? You are going to die. And you know what God is going to say? God is going to say, welcome, foolish but faithful servant, really. Because you are supposed to understand that those brackets cannot capture the whole essence of human exchange. There is a level of clarity and intelligence you come to where the mastery of right and wrong determines the favor you get with man. But when it comes to destiny sensitivity, the mastery of right and wrong alone is a limitation. You must have another helicopter view, which is seeing the world from the needful. If God had seen the world from right and wrong, he would stay in his justice and lose the world. But God had to transcend the limits of right and wrong and know that it was needful for him to die. And for him to do that, he had to come down to meet man and die, even though he committed no sin. Not because it is right, not because he was wrong, but because it was needful. The needful is that you are hiding in that roof. You are deceiving the robbers, but unto what? That's why Paul said, "O crafty fellow that I am, I took you in by deceit." O crafty fellow. King James Version. O crafty fellow that I am, I took you in by deceit. You must ask yourself, how can an apostle use such a word? Crafty, deceit. How can he use such a word? Those are words that criminals should use, that wicked people to use. But you must understand that there is a level of instrumentation that transcends the limits of popular virtue. And so it takes a lot of planning to succeed, a lot of time management to succeed, a lot of scenario planning and project management to succeed, to be the CEO of a bank, to be the head of a corporation, to be a good husband and a faithful wife. Those principles are critical. The same principles are critical to be a successful criminal. You don't rob a bank by just posing, no. To rob a bank successfully, you need to be a superior project planner. You need to be to set goals. You need to be superior scenario manager. One of the biggest project managers in human history was Adolf Hitler, right? He managed an entire world war. The same principles that deliver foolishness deliver wisdom. You must understand that these are different sides of the same coin. And there is a nuisance to skills, right? Skills have their nuisance value. The same gun that can hunt in the jungle can kill a child, right? The same instruments that deliver good can deliver evil. Human consciousness must be disciplined at a level to understand that which defines man, that limits man, but to operate from a spiritual clarity that transcends the limits of the human condition. That is when we are aligned with the Creator and orchestrating His justice on earth. Those kind of things cannot be done from the limits of, I need to buy a car, I need to live in a house, I'm going to turn 40. I hear people say, I even hear a preacher saying, if you are 40, and you don't have a house of your own, you are this, you are that. You see, a lot of times when we open our mouth to talk, and then we have an audience we are talking to, you look at that scenario, and what you see is a lot of dead bodies trying to enter one coffin. Essentially, ignorance calling to deeper ignorance and seeking comfort within the sea of ignorance. What does that produce? Concentrated foolishness. And people become determinedly on a wrong path. People are sincerely in jail. People are sincerely poor. People are sincerely frustrated. People are sincerely stupid because sincerity is not a factor of production. Go check it. Land, labor, capital, entrepreneur. You can't find sincerity there. Sincerity, again, is not an independent variable. It is a dependent one. If all you have is sincerity, you will be used, abused, taken for granted, cheated, dumped in this world. Just like hope. People say, I got to remain hopeful. Yeah. People say hope maketh independent quantity. That does not make it not ashamed, but hope added to those other things does not make it ashamed. If all you have is hope, the Bible also said, hope make the heart sick. What is doing the making? The same hope. You see, hope deferred make the heart sick. Hope sustained unnecessarily, not converted to results within a time frame, will be the very instrument designing your weariness. Because hope has capacity to make. Hope has capacity to design. Hope has capacity to brew. And when you sustain hope alone as an independent variable, and you sustain it too long without a conversion to outcomes, the same hope will be the designer, the brewer of your weariness and your frustration. That is why we got to come to a higher level of exchange where we see differently, understand differently, interact differently. If we come back, therefore, to the idea about justice, you see how the unnecessary focus on justice compromise your peace. But that is the level you have to be to hold yourself to lower standards and hold everybody to the standards of your head. You hold yourself to the standard of the truth of your heart and of your conscience, but you hold everybody down to the rules of your head. In other words, you will deal with yourself with more empathy, and you will deal with others with less empathy. In other words, you pretty much have mastered the silly art of judging everybody by the uniqueness of your own graces. What I say every time is, don't confuse what is easy for you to do for what is easy to do at all. Don't confuse what is easy for you to do for what is easy to do. Some things are so easy for you to do. You are so blessed with the way you grew up, the parents that taught you, the environment you grew up in, the school you went to. All of those things has evoked for you a type of privilege, some type of grace that allows ease to visit you at a level. However, that is not for you to hold people around you down to that same level. I used to be like that. I used to hold people down to my rules. I feel I can do this. I work 2 nights without sleeping. I stay all night working on a document, 2 nights, 3 nights without sleeping. So I harass my team. Why can't you get that done? Why can't you get that done? You get that done. Until I had to grow. I had to mature to understand that, no, you are holding them down to your rules. What is easy for you to do is not necessarily what is easy. The ease you experience does not define ease for everyone. So you need the maturity to not confuse what is easy for you to do for what is easy for everybody. It is easy for you, but it is tough for many people. That type of thinking will unlock a gratitude inside of you. It will help you to hold complex models in your head in a simple format and keep you human and keep you fresh and simple. You see, I said all of these things because you cannot negotiate from perfect behavior. The moment you begin to do that, you begin to permit yourself to a sense of entitlement that pretty much cannot find comfort only in what you do, but find rhythm in what others do. You see, there's popular envy. The idea that whatever I have, is great for me. And whatever you have is great for you, but I don't want you to have it. I don't want you to have what you have. I know what I have. I'm excited about what I have, but I don't want you to have what you have. That is popular envy. That type of envy cannot be hidden. If your people around you are observant enough, they will see it in your countenance. They will see the way you look at them. They will see the way you posture. They will know you don't really care and you are envious of them. But there is a more lethal type of envy. I call it strategic envy. You know what that one says? That one says, I'm happy with what I have, yeah, but I'm even happy for what you have. I want you to have all you have. I celebrate you for what you have. And I mean it. It's true. I really want you to have all that you have. Your car, your house, your wife, your children. I'm excited that you have all of them. I don't just understand why I don't have it. You see, that one can be your wife. It can be because that type of posture is not visible. It's right inside. And it can be the closest person to you. It can be your mom. It can be your dad. It can be your children. It can be your best friend. I don't mind all you have. I'm happy you have it. I don't just understand why I don't have it. You see, you get those kind of thinking when you have not learned the superiority between peace and justice. And part of that, I'm going somewhere, please. And part of that is to understand that those things also permit you, apart from permitting you to embrace that strategic type of envy and to unlock it inside of you, because even in good people, the potential for evil on a large scale exists, even in good people. If you permit the nuggets of life and the nutrients of life to press the wrong button inside of you, you will come out at the other side a beast if you permit it. And the humility to know that that is possible in itself keep you sane and balanced in your own world, right? But what it also does is it releases you to the material realm, where things become the determinant of the issues of your life, of the purpose, or of the meaning of your life. That is the only reason why some people are so poor. All they have is money. I mean, you take away money from their life, they have nothing else. They are drifting, clueless, uncertain, unsure, double-minded, tired, weak, full of envy, and seeking comfort in the smallness that defeat others. Those kind of people cannot assess their value until they see the car they drive or the car you drive. They cannot find truth anywhere until they see the house truth is living in. They see the type of swimming pool there, the kind of jacket he has on, the kind of shoes or watch, or the person is flying business class or economy class. They must find something that is a thing, that is a symbol, something crass, something material as the instrument that will help them to fit into that moment and to fit everybody around them into that particular moment. is a small way of living. Those are the people who are not respectful people. Instead, they are respecters of persons. It means that they need to value you and put a value on all that they see and assess before they can unlock their honor or unlock their respect towards you. In other words, if you are not the chief executive, if you are not the boss, if you are not driving the type of car, they cannot unlock their sense of honor towards you. A respectful person does not do that. It will unlock that regardless of who you are, because it's respectful. What it takes to be disrespectful is not in him. So whether it's an ant or a dog, because the Bible says if the righteous is kind to his beasts, even if it's a dog, he will show respect. If it's a security guard, he will show respect. If it's a CEO, he will show respect, because he's a respectful person. Why have I gone in all this direction? I've gone there and I could continue. But part of that is to understand the wretchedness of the human condition. That was the weight that was on Cain in that moment where he could not handle the approval of his brother by God and his brother's sacrifice. And he had to seek his own meaning in the impact he can create for and with his brother. You see, I need to show you something very critical here. When you get into it, you see that there is a big problem. There was a big problem with Adam. Adam was not born. What people have said again and again, and even the Bible attests to on a level that a lot of people don't understand, is that Adam is the first man, but is not the perfect mold of us. Adam did not have the privilege of biology. As far as I'm concerned, when I look for the first human being that is like you and I, that is like the you and I that we know, it is Cain and Abel. Because Cain and Abel were the first human beings to experience biology, right? Adam did not experience the privilege of growth. He did not experience the privilege of birth. Adam was not born, he was made. God did not give birth to man, he made man. And then made man, gave birth to men. So you have two human beings. One is the first man, yes. The second is the second human being, yes. But the third and the fourth guys were the human beings in our own texture, in our own make and design. Why? Because they were the ones that were born. Adam was not born. Adam was made, and so he missed all of the nutrients of development. The Bible said, therefore, when Jesus was going to come, the obvious gap in the life of Adam had become clear, which was Adam was not born, so he missed procreation, he missed growth, and so he did not learn obedience by anything. He accepted responsibility for adulthood from day one. He was susceptible to error. Part of why it was necessary that the sacrifice of the lamb was prepared, just in case Adam did not eat the tree of life and he embraced the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Because of the gap in his emergence, it means the due necessary experiences of growth. God had to prepare that substitute because it makes all things work together for good. Part of what has then happened to Cain and Abel was that they had that experience of growth. When Jesus was going to come to redeem man, that's why he had to be born. He couldn't be made. He couldn't just appear on the scene. And the Bible acknowledged what I'm saying by emphasizing that Jesus, with all he went through, learned obedience. That was the critical difference between Adam and Christ. Adam did not learn obedience, right? Jesus had to learn obedience. He was God. He had to be born through biology, like you and I, and then he had to go through all that we went through. First of all, so that he can connect to the feelings of our infirmity and empathize at the level that can give freedom. But also, in addition to that, is that he could perfect the necessity of principles, the mastery of his faculties as a human being, not just as God, right? That was what was missing in the life of Cain. Now, let me show you Cain and why it is important in the next, I have about five minutes more, God help me. But listen to this. Cain, therefore, had a privileged relationship. Cain had a relationship with God. He had a walking, talking relationship with God. He was talking to God. Even when he killed someone, God was still talking to him. That's another level. I wish I had time to explain that access to you. But even in the midst of his highest nuisance, where he had killed his brother, God still came. And God was talking to him. So there is a sense in which you can have a spiritual conditioning that guarantees you access at a level, and you are relating at a level, but you can be manifesting a level of degeneration, a level of wretchedness at the same time that does not cut you away from God, but pretty much put a lead on your expression. So what Cain was suffering was not annihilation from God. What Cain was suffering was a suboptimal relationship with God, and then he had to hustle. Hustle is not the will of God. Hustle is a compromise of the spiritual condition. People have their own hustles today. They say, my hustle, my hustle. Hustle is toiling. You are not supposed to hustle for anything. You are supposed to position. Hustle is a consequence of the fall. And hustle was the judgment. It was part of the judgment that came upon Cain when mention of wisdom you cannot assess or release, that we may apply our hearts to. 5 is the number of grace. 7 is the number of perfection. All kinds of numbers exist. 3 is the number of Trinity. There are different numbers in life. But there is a number that is not documented in theology. And it's the number 500. And it's 500 years, right? Every 500 years, something unprecedented, unplanned, unimagined happens in the church. It impacts directly on our theology. And then it goes from the church into society to affect popular culture, to disrupt popular culture, and to install another way of thinking and of relating and exchanging in popular culture. The last 500 years, and go check it, it's not my idea, it's clear in different theories and research and studies. Google it, every 500 years of the church, you see it there. But every 500 years, the last one was 1517 Martin Luther Reformation. The Martin Luther Reformation was the last 500 years. In 1517, the reintroduction of the spiritual life to faith, and that the righteous shall live by faith. The righteous shall live by his own faith. Before that time, we're paying for everything. Paying for access to God, paying for forgiveness, paying for everything. And then this guy came with that theology, and that began something awesome in the church that disrupted the entire church space as it was at that time. But it did not stop there. It went into popular culture to shape culture. How? That movement, not my view, go check it. These are facts. That movement actually went on to create everything we call free inquiry today. Began from 1517 Martin Luther Reformation. Everything we call little government began from that particular Reformation, 1517. Everything we call democracy began from that particular experience. That experience pretty much changed the world forever, right? Every 500 years, something of such weight happens, including the arrival, birth, and death of our Lord Jesus Christ itself. But if you push further, 2017 was the end of that 500 years, actually. 2017 was the end of that 500 years, and 2018 was the beginning of another 500 years. We are about 2 years into that 500 years. The weight of that 500 years is huge. This afternoon, somebody asked me a question. What is the destiny of the human being in 300 years' time? I doubt if he will be here, was my response. I doubt if man will be here. I said, because of if I analyze the force of artificial intelligence and the dangers it promises, I see an implosion within man. Not because man will fail in the creation and mastery of his technology and his science and his art. He will continue to succeed there. But there is the progress we make technically as we succeed, but there is the retrogression we make morally as we fail. So you can have technical success and moral failure, right? So you need to have a balance of technical progress and moral progress. The human condition is progressing technically and failing morally. And so I foresee an implosion of the human condition, right? Where if you are not careful, humans can be the pets of machines, but at a higher level, both machines and man become endangered in the hand of another force. I can tell you for free, slap me all you want, kill me all you want, but whether you like it or not, Ideas like one government are guaranteed for the human condition. If I have time, I will show you, and I will not quote any scripture. Just by what is going on in the world today, one government is sure. The Hunger Games movie that you saw, right? There is Hunger Games society that you need to understand at another level that we may not have time to break down for you today. But quite frankly, there's something like that. You see, in the world we know today, there is a codependence between the 99% and the 1%. In the new world ahead, there is a dependence of the 99% on that 1%. Hunger Games right there. Hunger Games will define businesses, markets, families, homes, and all of that. The next colonization will be voluntary. Nations of their own accord. I mean, we will announce all we are trying to do to you. Just do it us. And the next 10, and this is not a curse, it is, in that there is a wasteful generation that is going in the next 10, 20, 30 years. Now, there is another generation, which is called the interregnum generation. It's the generation between cause and effect. Let me assure you this. Punch me if you want. But if you are age 30, if you are between age 30 and 59, you are in the interregnum generation. If you are age 60 and above, you are in the disappearing generation, or what I call the wasteful generation. If you are in the age 30 to 59, you are in the interregnum generation. You are between cause and effect. You are the instrument between cause and effect. For those who are Nigerians, listen to me. There is a lot of energy out there. Nigerians are expecting that generation, 2023, will be the change. Let me say this with all humility. Please don't be angry. And if you do, God help you. But the idea is, if you are age 30 and 59, you cannot change Nigeria. It is not given to you to change Nigeria. No matter who is praying for you, no matter who is laying hands on you, no matter the diet you are committed to, no matter the exercise program you have given yourself to, no matter how much books you are reading, it doesn't matter how many schools you are going to, you will not change Nigeria. The transformation and the renaissance of Nigeria is not prophetically in your hand. The numbers of the nation is not in your generation. The best you are going to do is to prepare the next generation for that takeover. So there's another generation I call the takeover generation. They are between age 1 and 29 today. Between age 1 and 29. If you add 30 years to their age, they will still, if he's 1, he'll be 31. If he's 10, he'll be 40. If he's 20, he'll be 50. If he's 30, he'll be 60. That generation is the renaissance and transforming generation. I call them the takeover generation. They are the ones that will save Nigeria. But the job of anyone between age 30 and age 59 today is the instrument between cause and effect. You are the one that will be the force to defeat the disappearing generation. Right now, there is a contention at the gates of destiny between the disappearing generation and the interregnum generation. Can I tell you the winner? The winner is the interregnum generation. You are going to win. It may not be in 2023, but 2023 will be a catalyst and a beginning. But change that will transform this country will not come. And so understand your role so that you can align intelligently. Your goal is your generation is designed, called, wired, programmed to defeat the wasteful generation, the disappearing generation, and to receive power from them and to manage that power for at least 30 years. And then you are going to hand over that power to the takeover generation. Listen to this. Your case is like David. You are not being given the duty to do that, not because of a lack of intelligence, not because you are not brilliant, not because you have not gone to the school, not because you are not young, not because you are not strong. The reason why it's not given to you is because your hands are soiled. The wasteful generation has successfully installed a virus into your life such that what it takes destiny-wise to fulfill that mandate has been decolored. And so you can achieve something, and don't think that is strange, particularly if you are a Christian, you understand the awesomeness of David. How David had all the resources to build the temple, all the experience to build the temple, all the wealth to build the temple, all the power to build the temple. But the Lord said, David, you are not going to build the temple. Your son Solomon will build the temple, not for lack of intelligence, not for lack of logic, not for lack of wisdom, not for lack of experience, not for lack of capacity, not for lack of resources, but because your hands are soiled with blood. And so you cannot build the temple. Solomon will build the temple. But what you will do is you will prepare everything. You will prepare the money, the land, the structures, all the instruments will be done by you. You will leave everything available for Solomon, and Solomon will come to build. And the Bible said when Solomon built so well, the whole world came to see the protocol of Solomon, the peace and prosperity in the land of Solomon, in the kingdom of Solomon. That is what is going to happen in your case. And so understand that you are an interregnum. You are going to be between cause and effect. Ladies and gentlemen, the next 10 years of this country, this awesome, amazing black nation in the world, will be essentially, and that is also true for anyone, anywhere in the world, the fading of powers and the fading of voices as we know it. Number two, the emergence of voices and powers as we are yet to know. But that emergence is not happening in the palaces. It's not happening in the big kingdoms. You know where it is happening? The underdogs. All of what you are seeing all over the world, you see underdogs are rising. This is the decade of the underdogs. The next 30 years is the decade of the underdogs. That is why they are started with hoodlums, we call them, back home, and a lot of things are happening at that level. But when you go look at it, it is the rise of the underdogs, unto good or unto evil, unto good conscience or unto destruction. Underdogs are rising, right? And the custodians of power must pay attention to the underdogs and intentionally give them power, because the only way to remain powerful forever is not to keep power, is to give power. You will give that power or it will be taken from you. It's just the way it is. And I'm not speaking of violence or an army. I know nothing of that. I speak prophetically that human beings must learn how an era has ended. You must look at yourself and understand that you don't have more than 10 years. No matter what doctor is working with you, no matter who is helping you, in the next 10 years you are gone. 15 or 20 tops, you are gone. Your generation is at the departure lounge of life, ready to take the flight. Don't fight the problem, decide it, and get statesmanly, and begin to wear the garment of honor and responsibility, and begin to help children to see the light so that you can determine the weight of your legacy. Donald Trump is architecting a different history for himself, not because of what he has done in the last 4 years. All of that characterizes his arrival, but the way he's curating his departure is enough. You know, Goodluck Jonathan misbehaved for many years, but because his departure was well curated, he somehow came into a good history, right? And got a good positioning. At times, your departure is more important than your arrival. And the season of management of that departure can pretty much give you a legacy despite the contents of your history. And right now, you can position and begin to understand that departure is critical. If you manage it well, history can keep you in a good place. If you manage it wrongly, all the contents of your unguardedness of your history will be recycled and lauded to the whole world. Understand that. And that generation is happening. The third thing that will be happening is the rise of the church. And I say this with all humility, just in case you're not a Christian listening to me. But I wish I could say something else. But what is going on is the arrest of academics and education. And that is the final thing I'm going to say. And the birth of revelation. And I'm going to connect that to Cain and Abel, and that's to Cain rather, and your positioning in that. Now see this light and see it well. Academics has ruled the world. The goal of academics essentially was to create regulation and order. So without academics, we wouldn't know a lawyer, we wouldn't know a doctor, we wouldn't know a surgeon. We would just be there experimenting and making errors, right? Trying and errors. But academics allows us to know that this is a lawyer, this is an engineer, this is an architect. Academics does all of that. But academics, if you think that is the least of what God can do or what is going on in life or the highest level of clarity, you make a mistake. The highest level of clarity with man is education. What is education? Education is what you teach yourself. Academics is what you are taught. And the force of education, essentially, is to do things at a level that permits you to experience your environment. One, question it deep enough to find the options that exist in it. Three, and to know the options to embrace as a matter of supreme importance and urgency. That is education. And education gave birth to Microsoft, gave us Apple, gave us Facebook, gave us Henry Ford, gave us all the machines and equipments of the last 100 years. But guess what? Something superior has come. It's called revelation. And revelation is superior to education and academics. And its goal is going to be curated with a relationship, a walking, talking relationship with the Creator. That is the most critical agenda of the 2020s. You need to come into a zone, a power zone that transcends the limits of logic and intelligence, and which place you in a place of power and understanding. Now, you will keep a relationship with God just as Cain did, but that will not be enough. You will need to align in that relationship such that while Cain struggled essentially with the limits of that human waste of not having the spiritual experience, right? The spiritual condition. You are blessed today with the death and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ, that you can assess relationship and strength at another level. So your brainstorming room has shifted from just your boardroom to the presence of God. Your ears must now be aligned with the leap of the master. That is what is not present in the awesomeness of the relationship with God that Cain has. And so if we find the cure to cancer in this decade, I will not be shocked. If we find the cure to HIV or some of the most complex diseases, if we find the next level of the internet in this decade, I will not be shocked. If we find the next level of social media in this decade, I will not be shocked. Because there is an experience that is visiting man that God himself is the architect, the builder, and the curator. And ours is to align, to gain understanding, and to align. For time, I will close by reminding you that whether we like it or not, the spiritual condition is no longer separated from the affairs of everyday life. The affairs of everyday life is called contemporary life, otherwise called popular culture. That is going to be in unison with what is going on in the heavenlies. For those of us with spiritual awareness, for those of us with spiritual condition, you are the new underdog, and this is your decade. And you need to begin to align with the principles that you know that define the constitution of your own kingdom and the character of your own kingdom. The Bible says you do not receive because you don't ask. Then it said even when you ask for the wrong motive, hoping to spend it on your pleasures. Affairs of state, affairs of the kingdom will be the dominant expression that you must embrace and ask yourself, what is the benefit of the kingdom for that which I do? If you want a car, what is the benefit of that car to the kingdom? If you want a big house, what does the kingdom take away from that big house? If you want a big bank account, what does the kingdom take away from that bank account? You need to come to that place of strength and power. I pray today for wisdom, for insight, for revelation. In the name of Jesus, I permit myself, I permit the grace of God in this house today. I permit all that is of heaven in this room to begin to work at the dimension for everyone listening, for those who will listen later. There's no distance in the realm of the spirit. I don't care if you are a Muslim. I don't care if you are Buddhist. I don't care if you are an atheist. I don't care if you're agnostic. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you are a Christian or not. I speak an interruption into your life today, and a positive interruption that releases you into yours and that position you into what is ahead of you and give you a stake under the sun in the decade that we have entered strategically in the name of Jesus. So I have declared, and so shall it be in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Please, please.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I feel transformed already. Honestly, wow. You guys watching online, like, just comment, just comment. I mean, that last speaker, wow.
I'm not leaving. I'm not
Everybody.
leaving.
I mean, from the very beginning.
This is beautiful.
Wow.
And you know I was supposed to come here now. This is awesome. Eh?
5 years. We've been
I'm
having
telling
conferences
you.
every year, once a year.
I was at home.
For the last 5 years, we had one workshop, an agribusiness workshop. And today was almost focused on technology and education, but even much more. So what's next? Is it over? Whew. No, we're just starting. The Lord has given me a dream, a bigger dream. He says it's good to have conferences that inspire people, but you need to create an incubator so that you can help people go from dream to reality. I was a beneficiary of the Sherry Blair Foundation, sort of like an incubator program as well. I was one of the mentees, and I benefited from it. I've also been a mentor under the Tony Elumelu Entrepreneurship program, and also an independent monitor under the UWIN program by the federal government. So I understand how important incubators are. And these programs are very exclusive, especially the Sherry Blair Foundation, very exclusive. So the goal now is to create an incubator system to help Nigerians and Africans, wherever you are in the world, go from dream to reality, where we provide the knowledge and the skills you need. We provide community support and also mentorship. Our goal is to start with 50 businesses every quarter. So that will be about 200 businesses per quarter, per year. That's what we want to do. And we need your help again, because it's going to cost time. We need to get mentors. We need to create a platform, the curriculum. And so if you would really, really like to support this initiative, if you've been blessed by it, I'm sure some of you came from the first one, and 5 years later, you're doing amazing. You know, please send us an email. doitafraid@omilola.com. doitafraid@omilola.com or omilola@omilola.com. Send us an email so we can give you details on how you can be a part of this incubator. We want to do this. We want to help businesses to transform them. And so, like I said, we need your support in cash, your support in kind, whatever it is, but we need your support, and we need it now. So once we have the incubator program quarterly, the goal is then to have a conference. So we also need your funding and your support. We're looking for partners. You can be a monthly partner. You can donate every single month so that you don't have to wait till the end of the year. So you can start with as little as 10,000, 50,000, 100, whatever it is that the Lord lays in your heart, so that we can create an ecosystem and create wealth in Africa and Nigeria. And so this brings us to the end of the 2020 Do It Afraid conference. Woohoo! But I cannot go without saying thank you. You guys have seen me here, looking all gorgeous and beautiful. But I just heard someone laugh in the background. Am I not fine? But, you know, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. So I want to start off with my Heavenly Father. My God, the one that I serve, the one that gives the vision and provision. Father, I thank you. I know sometimes, a lot of the times I complain, but it is a privilege to join you at work in what you're doing on earth, especially in this country. It is an honor to serve you. If I haven't said thank you before, I say thank you. If I have complained, I am sorry. I am grateful. I love you. Thank you, Lord. And yes, I will continue to join you at work. My husband, John Olugbenga, my backbone, my friend, my sponsor, my everything. Thank you for your sacrifices. Thank you for everything. I love you so much, babes. so, so much. May God give us a very long life, very, very long life, so that I can spoil you, so that I can just take you, okay, let me get home. My children, my daughter Feromi, Fiore, my second daughter, Olaoluwa, my first son, and Olaoluwa Kitom, my second son. Thank you. You're sharing me with the world. Today, my daughter had to go back to boarding school, and I literally didn't really have her time. Even since 2 days ago, I've just been busy doing work. They sacrificed so much. When I was launching my book and traveling to different countries, they sacrificed so much. And they do it because they understand what God is doing. I love you all. Thank you so much. Too many people to thank. Parents, siblings, prayer partners, Kingdom community, in-laws, family, friends, pastors, mentors, mentees. I love you all. I cannot mention you all here now, but we have credit, so please wait till the very end. I tried my best to remember everyone that has supported in any way over the last 5 years. You will see the credits at the end. So please wait. And if you don't see your name, know that it's not because I don't love you or thank you. I want to thank Ayo, Myra Essay, who was the compare of this event. You brought so much grace and class to this event. Thank you so much for honoring us. If we were to pay you for your service, I don't even know how we can do it. And you've given up your time. Thank you. I want to thank every single one of the speakers and panelists for this year particularly. Starting from even my cousin who came to start opening prayer, Damola, for her support, her love. Damola, I love you. I want to thank the first, I think it was the panel discussion. We had the panel discussion from Otto. Otto, thank you very much. To Tolu, thank you very much. To Tumbosu, thank you very much. Mrs. Adedeji, to Simi, to Gaze. Thank you so much for your time. I want to thank my husband as well for being one of the speakers. I want to thank John Obidi. Thank you. You traveled and you barely had any sleep, but you sent in your video. Chika Wobi, thank you so much. I want to thank Mr. Olakunle Shorinyo, the futurist. Thank you, sir. It is a gift from God to have you here physically, because I thought you'd have to send a video since you're not based here. But you just gave us a power-packed session. I will go back and I will watch it. Thank you so much. There's so many people involved. I want to thank Kairos Hub for this amazing place. I want to thank Uche Pedro of Bella Niger. Uche has been supportive from the very first Do It Separate conference and even before. Thank you, Uche. Olori Supergirl as well, thank you. I want to thank Osaru Alile, Cape Soul Company, for my stunning cape. I want to thank Lola OJ Creations for my skirt and my top. Thank you so much. Osaru also styled me. I want to thank Mobos for my shoes, Alexia Hospital for my stunning makeup, Sheon Akimbohun of the Box Company for the amazing gifts for the speakers. Thank you. Goke and Abimbola Balogun of So Fresh for lunch for our speakers and team members. Kemi of Icy Drinks Cocktails for drinks. Thank you so much. Caleb, our graphics designer. Thank you so much. Tosha Oladeji of Script Edge for the brochures. Thank you so much. Sean Williams of SW Motion Works. Thank you so much for our videos. The photographer. Thank you. Now, there are some people that are have been my team this year. Before I go into them, I just want to thank all the volunteers. Chioma, who did social media, every single volunteer. Thank you so much. Toyin of Zoha Events Project Managers. Thank you, Toyin. Thank you. Toyin reached out to me. And, she's just been so supportive. It was even her 30th birthday. Happy birthday, Toyin, a few days ago. But you know what? She's giving her time. Toyin, I love you. You're not my sister. You're not going anywhere. Dami of Umlala Shikoya team. I love you, Dami. Thank you. Victor Yekere. Hey, in fact, having Victor in this space at this time, Victor is a global person now. In fact, Victor, we'll talk later. Talent Business School. Make sure you follow Talent Business School. Victor is doing big things. Thank you. Talk about Oshikoya. Oshikoya without an H. But Tokwe is someone that God has sent to me. Thank you so much, Tokwe. I want to thank Mr. Oyahire Russell. I want to cry for Oyahire because even when I didn't see the vision of my personal brand, Oyahire saw it. I remember when after leaving investment banking, and I went to the church office to volunteer. And I had my office then. I remember Oyahire coming to meet me in the office and just saying, okay, your personal brand, Umlola, you should do a website, I didn't even have vision. But Yahweh has been consistent, never asking me for anything in return. There are many ideas that I come and say, Yahweh, God says we do this, and then he will do all the work, and then I'll be like, we'll have a sponsor, and then we don't get the sponsor, and literally all his energy and time has gone to waste. But year after year after year, he turns up. A few days ago, I didn't even want to do, I was just down, I couldn't do this. Yahweh just sent me a message, go and praise God and go and thank God. And God began to teach me, you need to have a thankful heart, Oyahire, I love you. You are my brother. You have been consistent. Over the last 5 years, there have been so many people surrounding me. And her husband and her kids and my other sisters. There's so many people. And I've listed all of them all over. I mean, if you can see, there's a lot who contributed. The land with technology, but God gave him that idea and he ripped. There's a famine now, not just a local famine in Nigeria, there's a global famine, and you have sown, because this is a global conference, because now we are talking to cameras through YouTube all over the world. You have sown in a global famine. So get ready for a global harvest. But to get ready for a global harvest, make sure you have your nets and you have your boats. Do you understand? Don't be like Peter that the nets broke. Make sure you have plenty nets, because the harvest is coming. And when it comes, if you are not ready, if you don't have structure, it would overwhelm you. I am ready. I've been preparing since business plan, everything. So make sure that you get ready. I don't think I said thanks to Gaze. I just remember now, Gaze, thank you. And so finally, we have a Do It Afraid pledge. Did I say thank you to my sisters, my cousins? Look, sorry, there are some people, the Do It Afraid team. I have to say thank you to them. They were there, those people, Simisola, Tolu, Omotayo, Bisola, Ruth, like I said, all your names are there. Thank you, my cousins Damola, Fade, Jola, Ebun. Thank all of you. Thank you, everybody. Toyin, Lara, Teshola, Toyin and Kennedy, people that prayed with me, the fathers, daughters, all of you. I am nothing without the gift of you. Thank you so much. And so we're going to end. We have a Do It Afraid pledge. So you're going to say after me as you watch. I pledge to do it afraid. I attest that I am capable, courageous, and brave. I will not let fear stop me. I will take the step in spite of my fears. I boldly believe in who I am and in the gifts of true wealth deposited inside of me. I know that I am powerful. Therefore, I will attempt, I will achieve, and I will win. I may not fully understand this journey called life, but I will fulfill my purpose, and I will do it afraid. Woohoo! Esalonga, thank you. Shout out. Thank you. Woo! Music, so I can dance. Who didn't I thank? Oh, thank you, everybody. Just thank you, everybody. Woohoo! Can I come off the stage? Come now, come. You guys, come on. Omawumi, Etiko, Bisala, Gamba. You guys, come. The whole Lagos, so ignite. Pastor Dami, Apalabi, Pastor Mike. Everybody, come. Uch. Yay! Oh yeah, here we need you. Woo, we should have music now. No music. Do ke. Who's going to beat? Go do ke. Do. Oh yeah, here do ke. Do ke. Don't go. Yeah, has to go. We're supposed to do. Mr. Photographer, he said, hey, do ke. Yeah, how do they? Is this how do they body? Do it, afraid. Oh yeah, here. Do it, afraid. Do it. Lamre Lushala, thank you. Do it, afraid. Come on. Hey, guys, my music, show where are you? Show now, come on. Hey, go show. Go, Toyi, it's your birthday. Go, Toyi, it's your birthday. We want to party tonight, it's your birthday. Hey.